Chapter 999. The bare-chested, muscular Lankiros also stood before Kaiser with an ugly expression. The light in his eyes flickered as he coldly said, "Sangcheong's attitude towards the winged tiger is completely different from ours. If he's here, he'll ruin our plans sooner or later. His existence is a great threat to us." The light in Kaiser's eyes flickered as well. Only a while later did he reply with a heavy voice, "If it were possible, I really would like to eliminate Sangcheong, but he's one of the 3 kings of our beast god continent after all. If he dies, the strength of our beast god continent will be greatly affected. Moreover, killing a Class 9 magical beast is easier said than done. Not to mention that Sangcheong is a Pung. He's the fastest in the world and can move through space as he pleases. If he wants to escape, none of us can stop him. Then what do we do now? Do we just watch as the winged tiger rapidly matures in the hands of that human young man?" Lankiros frowned. He was extremely stern. "The winged tiger has matured far faster than I expected it to under the young man. I never thought it would become a Class 7 magical beast in such a short amount of time. If it has a little more time, the winged tiger will reach a level where we won't be able to deal with it before long. At that time, it'll be a disaster for us. After all, we've harmed it in the past and its father's death is related to us as well." Kaiser also frowned when he heard that. He was confident in his strength and did not fear any opponent, but there was no origin energy in this world anymore, so breaking through would be much more difficult than in the past. It was impossible for an existence that surpassed the Holy Emperor to appear, so it was basically impossible for the winged tiger to grow to a level where it could threaten him. However, the winged tiger was just too famous. It was the beast god of the beast god continent in ancient times. Its terror and talent could not be described with common sense. It was not something the beasts of ancient times could compare to. As a result, Kaiser became rather worried. King stood quietly in the center of the 98th floor of the beast god temple. He was silent for a long time. His eyes flickered as he hesitated. After a while, the king seemed to have finally made up his mind. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said in a low voice, "The matter of the winged tiger can't be delayed any longer. It just so happens that the Holy Emperor of the human race also has his eyes on the winged tiger. We have the same goal as him, so perhaps we can join forces." Wukenlis hesitated for a moment before asking, "Will he agree? If he wants to benefit from the winged tiger, he can only work with us. Otherwise, he won't be able to get anything. After all, there are 2 powerhouses beside that human youth that even I can't do anything to protect," King said in a deep voice. "All right, let's go find the Path Lord of Carnal Desires and discuss this matter," Wukenlis said helplessly. Afterward, Kaiser and Wukenlis left the Beast God Hall together. They ripped open a space gate and hurried to the Tian Yuan continent. With the Holy Emperor's strength, it was impossible for the Protector clans to discover him as long as he did not cause too much of a disturbance. As a result, the agreement between the 2 continents was nothing more than a decoration to Kaiser and Wukenlis. After Kaiser and Wukenlis left, a ruddy old man silently appeared on the 97th floor of the Beast God Hall. He stared in the direction that Kaiser and Wukenlis had left in as his expression constantly changed. He was one of the 3 kings of the Beast God continent, the Holy Emperor of the Pung clan, Sangcheong. Sangcheong hovered in the air as he stared in the direction of the Tian Yuan continent for a long time. In the end, he gently sighed and shook his head before returning to the Beast God Hall. His soft murmuring could be vaguely heard. "The Emperor of the Dragon clan, the Golden Divine Dragon, is beside the winged tiger. He's protected because there won't be any danger." But where did the origin energy armor and weapons come from? In particular, the Sacred Dragon's spear and Sacred Dragon's armor are sacred artifacts of the Dragon clan. They disappeared with the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan long ago, so why have they suddenly appeared in his hands? And according to my understanding of the Dragon clan from the records, The Sacred Dragon's spear and Sacred Dragon's armor don't possess origin energy at all. In the depths of the Cross Mountain range, there was a majestic palace that had been built. In the surroundings of the palace, Class 6 magical beasts would scurry about from time to time, entering and exiting the palace from time to time. There were many of them. Class 6 magical beasts that were extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent could be found everywhere. This was because this was where all the high-class magical beasts gathered. There were even quite a few Class 7 magical beasts that were almost extinct on the Tian Yuan continent. This was the core of power in the Cross Mountains, the Gilligan clan. At this moment, a burly, bare-chested, middle-aged man sat on the ground and cultivated in a secret room of the Gilligan clan. He radiated with powerful ripples of energy, causing the space in the room to constantly tremble. He was one of the two kings of the Gilligan clan, the Tiger King, who had almost killed Jianshan after leaving the Cross Mountains in the past. The terrifying ripples of energy in the surroundings slowly subsided. A while later, the Tiger King slowly opened his eyes. A sliver of extremely well-hidden weakness appeared in the depths of his eyes. "I wonder when I'll be able to recover to the second heavenly layer," the Tiger King murmured to himself. When he fought against Jianshan in the past, he had been injured by a peak human expert at a crucial moment and had been forced to use a self-harming secret technique to escape. He was extremely heavily injured, and his strength had regressed from the second heavenly layer to the first heavenly layer. It was extremely difficult for him to recover, and even after so many years, he still had not fully recovered. The Tiger King stood up from the cold ground and paced back and forth in the secret chamber with a frown. There was a hint of solemnity between his brows. "I've suddenly felt uneasy in the past few days, as if something big is about to happen. It seems to be extremely bad for me. What's going on?" The Tiger King softly murmured as the light in his eyes flickered. He began to ponder as he repeatedly recalled what he had gone through in the past few years. Suddenly, the Tiger King's eyes narrowed as he murmured, "Is it because of the winged tiger? That's impossible. The winged tiger is still young and weak. He also has to face the threat of the 10 protector clans. It's already a miracle that he's still alive, so why would he make me feel uneasy?" In the past few years, the Tiger King had always been in seclusion to heal. He had basically been cut off from the outside world, so he did not know much about what had happened on the Tian Yuan continent. Although he knew that the protector clans were searching for the winged tiger, he did not know that Jianshan and the winged tiger had already returned. The barrier around the room suddenly vanished. As the door opened, the Tiger King's majestic body vanished from the room as well. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests had arrived in the depths of the Cross Mountains, known as a forbidden zone for humans. Jianshan carried Yu as he fearlessly charged into the depths of the mountains with Rum, Guinness, the white tiger, and black fish. They aggressively flew toward where the Gilligan clan resided. They moved extremely quickly, shooting through the sky like meteors, vanishing in the blink of an eye. There were many Class 7 magical beasts in the depths of the Cross Mountains. The aggressive arrival of Jianshan's group obviously alarmed many of the nearby Class 7 magical beasts. Immediately, several powerful presences appeared from different directions. 6 humanoid Class 7 magical beasts flew toward Jianshan's group with lightning-like speed, blocking their path. One of the humanoid Class 7 magical beasts glared at Jianshan's group for a while before sternly calling out, "There's actually a human among you. Don't you know that the Cross Mountains forbids humans from entering? Anyone who trespasses in the depths of the mountains will be killed without mercy." As soon as he said that, he suddenly paused. 2 streaks of light immediately shot out from his eyes as he stared at Rum Guinness. He cried out, "Rum Guinness, why is it you?" The other Class 7 magical beasts all looked at Rum Guinness as well. Their expressions constantly changed, becoming extremely complicated. There was hatred and pity. Rum Guinness slowly made her way forward. She looked at the Class 7 magical beasts with some excitement and said bitterly, Elders, it's been so many years. How have you been? The Class 7 magical beasts glanced at each other before stepping forward one by one. They pointed at Rum Guinness and yelled, "Rum Guinness, when the Tiger King said that you and your wife were colluding with humans to do something detrimental to our Gilligan clan, we didn't really believe him at first. But now, it seems that the Tiger King was telling the truth. You really were colluding with humans." "Colluding with humans?" Rum Guinness murmured before smiling miserably. "It's fine if the Tiger King wants to kill us, but I never thought he'd accuse us of such a great crime. Rum Guinness, since you've already become a traitor of our Gilligan clan, you're our enemy. Elders, let's go together and kill this traitor." With that, the Class 7 magical beasts began to pulse with powerful energy. They were about to take action. Although they could not see through Gentian and Blackfish's strength, the depths of the Cross Mountains were their territory, so they did not fear them at all. Gentian's eyes turned cold. He was about to draw his Emperor armament, but at this moment, a deafening tiger's roar rang out from behind him. It was so loud that it reverberated through the surroundings, almost reaching the entire Cross Mountains. This tiger's roar contained a great pressure, as if a king who looked down on the world had descended, making all the people submit. This was the pressure of the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. It suppressed the souls of all magical beasts. With the white tiger's roar, the entire Cross Mountains fell silent. All the magical beasts below Class 6 prostrated on the ground as fear filled their eyes. Even the Class 7 magical beasts were shocked. They all forgot to take action as they stared at the white tiger beside Rum Guinness in shock. Within the Gilligan clan, a white-robed, middle-aged man who was cultivating in a secret room suddenly snapped open his eyes. He leapt to his feet and stared into the distance in shock. He cried out, "The winged tiger god!" Chapter 1000. The white tiger's furious roar alarmed the entire Cross Mountains. Without a doubt, it had an earth-shattering effect. Not only did all the Class 7 magical beasts in the Gilligan clan reveal different expressions, but even the two rulers of the clan were shocked. The expressions of the Class 7 magical beasts that wanted to attack Rum Guinness all changed drastically. They stared at the white tiger that had already unfurled its wings and hovered majestically in the air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Is that the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger? A Class 7 magical beast elder in human form roared with all his might. The pressure from the little white tiger that made their souls tremble, as well as the unique characteristics of the wings on its back, allowed them to guess the little white tiger's identity almost instantly. After all, they were magical beasts, and they were all Class 7 magical beasts. If the little white tiger appeared in front of a human expert, they might not be able to recognize it. However, if it appeared in front of any Class 7 magical beast, then its identity would no longer be a secret, unless the little white tiger could restrain its aura. How is this possible? How is this possible? The great winged tiger has actually appeared again, a Class 7 magical beast cried out. It has wings on its back, and can make me tremble from the depths of my soul. Can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. It really is the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, that only appeared in ancient times. Our great god of magical beasts, the winged tiger, has actually appeared again. The Class 7 magical beasts on the other side all cried out in excitement. The winged tiger's supreme status among magical beasts was irreplaceable. Even the three sovereigns of the beast god continent were unable to replace it because it was the indisputable beast god of the beast god continent. It was the god in the hearts of all magical beasts. Even after countless years, its prestige had not weakened at all. As a result, the Class 7 magical beasts became excited after confirming the identity of the white tiger. They were no longer as murderous as before. We pay our respects to the mighty beast god. The several seventh-step magical beasts in human form all knelt down and saluted. Their voices were filled with respect. Elders, please rise. The one who spoke was Rum Guinness, who was standing behind the white tiger. But the elders did not appreciate it. One of them looked at Rum Guinness angrily and roared, "Rum Guinness, you betrayed the Beastmen. What right do you have to speak to us? Now that the god of the Beastmen, the winged tiger, is here, you will receive the punishment of the Beastmen." Grief appeared in Rum Guinness's eyes. She slowly walked to the side of the white tiger and gently stroked the white tiger's head to soothe the white tiger's rage. The white tiger didn't resist. It slowly withdrew the powerful aura it was emitting and closed its eyes with a look of enjoyment. The Class 7 magical beasts kneeling in the air watched this scene with their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of status did the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, have? How could it tolerate being stroked like this? However, not only did the winged tiger not resist at all, it even closed its eyes in enjoyment. This scene directly made the Class 7 magical beasts, who knelt in the air, doubt their eyes. Rum Guinness actually has such a close relationship with the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. What should we do? If that's the case, how should we punish Rum Guinness for betraying the Beastmen? The Class 7 magical beasts all began to worry. Elders, do you really think that I, Rum Guinness, have betrayed the Beastmen? Have you never doubted whether the Tiger King's words are true or not? Rum Guinness said in pain. When the Class 7 magical beasts heard what Rum Guinness said, they immediately became stunned. They looked at each other and one of them asked, "Rum Guinness, could it be that there's more to your betrayal of the Gilligan clan?" The eyes of the other Class 7 magical beasts were fixed on Rum Guinness, waiting for Rum Guinness's answer. Rum Guinness nodded and said, "There is indeed more to this matter. The fact that my wife and I betrayed the Gilligan clan and the Beastmen was a lie made up by the Tiger King. The Tiger King's goal is to get rid of our family. You've all been tricked by the Tiger King." Hearing Rum Guinness's words, the several Class 7 magical beast elders were shocked. "What? This is a lie made up by the Tiger King. The Tiger King's goal is to get rid of you? Rum Guinness, are you sure you're not lying to us? Rum Guinness, do you have any basis for saying that? The Tiger King has no enmity with you, not to mention that your husband is the Tiger King's brother. Why would the Tiger King want to get rid of you? Rum Guinness, if you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we won't believe you," said the Class 7 magical beasts. Many of them did not believe Rum Guinness' words. After all, the Tiger King was one of the 2 kings of the Gilligan clan. His prestige was just too great in the eyes of the elders. Rum Guinness looked at the white tiger beside her and immediately became benevolent. She slowly said, "It's all because of my child. Because my child is the ancient divine beast-winged tiger." "What? The ancient divine beast-winged tiger is your child?" As soon as Rum Guinness said that, the elders cried out in shock and disbelief. They all looked between the winged tiger and Rum Guinness in shock. The news was just too shocking to them. It was no different from a bolt from the blue. At this moment, the elders of the Gilligan clan could not be more shocked. None of them dared to believe that the winged tiger was actually Rum Guinness' child. At this moment, several dozen tremendous presences appeared in all directions. The white tiger's roar had rang through the entire Cross Mountains, alarming all the high-class magical beasts there. All the Class 7 magical beasts hurried over from various places. In a single moment, over 40 people of various ages gathered around Jianshan's group. They all radiated with tremendous presences. They were all Class 7 magical beasts in human form. Yu Yu immediately became rather nervous when she was surrounded by over 40 Class 7 magical beasts. However, she only relaxed slightly when she saw the composed Jianshan beside her. After all, they were not facing a group of human experts on the Tian-Yuan continent this time. Instead, they were facing a group of infamous Class 7 magical beasts in the depths of the Cross Mountains, known as a forbidden zone for humans. As soon as the Class 7 magical beasts arrived, all of them stared at the majestic winged tiger with the wings on its back. They all became surprised and doubtful. A winged tiger. It really is a winged tiger. That's the god of our magical beasts, the winged tiger. I never thought that after so many years, the winged tiger would finally appear again." Very soon, a few of the Class 7 magical beasts recognized the winged tiger. They immediately cried out in excitement, overjoyed. However, the expressions of some Class 7 magical beasts changed slightly, becoming rather ugly. Chapter 1001. Greetings to the Great Beast God. A Class 7 magical beast in human form knelt down in the air and cried out in excitement. Jianchen glanced at the Class 7 magical beast, and his indifferent gaze immediately narrowed. He recognized this Class 7 magical beast. It was the ape king of the spiritual apes that he had met many years ago at the edge of the Cross Mountains. He had even obtained a large amount of heavenly resources and the extremely precious 100-herb wine from the Ape King. With the Ape King taking the lead, the rest of the magical beasts of the seventh step, who worshipped the winged tiger god as their god, did not hesitate either. They all bent their knees and knelt down in the air, shouting in unison, "We greet the mighty beast god." Seeing so many people kneel down, the faces of the Class 7 magical beasts that had changed when they saw the winged tiger changed slightly as well. In the end, they obediently knelt down and cried out like the other Class 7 magical beasts. However, there was not the slightest hint of excitement in their voices. Instead, they were extremely calm. In the blink of an eye, all the Class 7 magical beasts that had rushed over aggressively from the depths of the Cross Mountains all knelt down in the air. It was as if the winged tiger was the only thing in their eyes. As for Rum, Guinness, and Jianchen who stood beside the winged tiger, they completely ignored them. Jianchen suddenly looked into the distance, and a gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. He saw a white-robed, middle-aged man with a scholarly air slowly flying over from the distance. The middle-aged man was plain and did not give off any presence at all. Just like Blackfish, he seemed like an ordinary person. He had also concealed his presence. Although the middle-aged man had concealed his presence, Jianchen's soul was extremely powerful. Under the powerful senses of his soul, he could clearly see through the middle-aged man's strength. The Holy Emperor, second heavenly layer. Jianchen thought to himself, but he did not take it to heart. With his current strength, such an expert was no longer a threat to him. The middle-aged man flew straight to the front of the group of Class 7 magical beasts and looked at the winged tiger with a complicated gaze. He did not kneel like the other Class 7 magical beasts but only bowed and said in a calm tone, "Greetings to the great beast god." This middle-aged man was much calmer than those 7th-grade magical beasts. After bowing to the winged tiger, he glanced at Jianchen and the others. Although he could see that Jianchen and you were humans, his expression was quite calm, without showing the slightest trace of hatred. Rum Guinness's expression became complicated when he saw the middle-aged man. He hesitated for a moment before bowing to the middle-aged man. "Rum Guinness greets the Pring King." Jianchen's heart immediately skipped a beat when he heard how Rum Guinness addressed the middle-aged man. He thought, the Pring King? The Jinlijian clan has 2 kings. One of them is the Tiger King. Is this middle-aged man the 2nd king of the Jinlijian clan? The Pring King looked at Rum Guinness and a gentle smile immediately appeared on his calm face. He said, "Rum Guinness, welcome home. It's been tough for you in the past few years." The Pring King knew exactly how Rum Guinness and her husband had been hunted down by the Tiger King. However, the matter was controlled by the king of the Beast God continent, so he could not stop it. He could not stop it either. All he could do was let it develop and watch the couple suffer the wrath of the Tiger King. "You're being too serious, Pring King. I'm no longer a part of the Jinlijian clan." Rum Guinness's voice was rather cold. Although the Pring King had not taken part in the hunt, she did not know where the Pring King stood. As a result, she was still on guard against the Pring King. She even felt some hatred towards him. The Rock King could naturally feel Rum Guinness's attitude towards him. An elder actually dared to be so rude to him. If this matter was in the past, The Rock King would definitely not be nice to her, but now it was different. Rum Guinness was the mother of the winged tiger. Her status was completely different from before. Even the king of the Jinlijian clan had to treat her politely, not daring to offend her at all. As a result, the Ping King could only smile indifferently when he saw Rum Guinness' cold attitude. He said nothing more. Suddenly, a vast and powerful presence appeared. A burly, bare-chested, middle-aged man rapidly flew over from afar. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were cold. Intense killing intent flickered in them. Jianshan's eyes sharpened at that moment. They were as sharp as an unsheathed sword. He stared in the direction of the presence as chilling killing intent appeared in his eyes. Although they were very far away, he could tell with a single glance that the person was one of the two kings of the Jinlijian clan, the Tiger King, who had left the Cross Mountains many years ago to hunt down the white tiger and almost killed him. In the blink of an eye, the Tiger King arrived before everyone. He stood beside the Ping King in the air, facing Jianshan and the others from 50 meters away. As soon as she saw the Tiger King, Rum Guinness's eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "Tiger King, you didn't think that I, Rum Guinness, would still be alive, right? Today, the two of us will personally kill you and tear you to pieces to avenge my husband." Rum Guinness was extremely agitated. The Tiger King did not pay any attention to Rum Guinness. Instead, he gloomily stared at the little white tiger. A light flashed through his eyes as he thought to himself, "The winged tiger god's growth rate is truly frightening. I never thought that he would be able to grow from a newborn beast to a 7th-rank magical beast in such a short amount of time. If I were to give him a Class 7 magical beast, reaching Class 8 would be a piece of cake for him. Fortunately, he hasn't reached Class 8 yet, so he's not a threat to me." Afterwards, the Tiger King glanced past Jianshan and the others, directly ignoring the weak Yu. However, when his gaze landed on Jianshan and Blackfish, his eyes narrowed by an undetectable amount. This was because he could not tell the strength of Jianshan and Blackfish at all. Jianshan's presence had already been concealed by the holy artifact, so it was impossible for the Tiger King to see through it with his abilities. As for Blackfish, he was an expert at great perfection of the Holy Emperor, surpassing the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. If he concealed his presence, the Tiger King would not be able to tell. When I saw Jianshan last time, he was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. In just a few years, no matter how great his talent is, it's impossible for him to reach a level where I can't see through him. And the two of them are standing towards the back, so they're clearly not important people. Looks like the two of them have used special methods to hide their presences, so they're not very powerful. They're just trying to act mysterious, the Tiger King thought. The Tiger King thought to himself, and his slightly nervous mood immediately relaxed. Then, his gaze fell on Rum Guinness and the little white tiger mother and son again, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Jianshan sneered, "Tiger King, you probably never thought that we would meet again so soon, right? Last time, you came to the Tianyuan continent from the Cross Mountains to find me, but this time, I came to the depths of the Cross Mountains to find you. Last time, you heavily injured me and almost killed me. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Today I, Jianshan, will take revenge." Hearing this, the elders of the Gilligan family raised their heads and looked at the Tiger King, their eyes full of surprise. The Gilligan clan had an agreement with the humans. All magical beasts above Class 7 were forbidden from setting foot on the Tianyuan continent, or they would be mercilessly slain by the human experts. Although the Gilligan clan was the most powerful organization in the depths of the Cross Mountains, their true strength was only on par with the ancient clans of the human race. They were not the opponents of the humans at all. The reason why they were able to occupy a place here was all because of the Beast God continent. As a result, the Tianyuan continent was a forbidden land to the elders of the Jilijian clan. However, they had never thought that the former Tiger King would actually step into the Tianyuan continent without any regard for the consequences. They were in disbelief over this. The Tiger King was immediately angered by Jianqin's words. If it were not for Jianqin protecting the winged tiger with his life, the winged tiger would have ended up in his hands long ago. He would never have alarmed the human experts and forced him to use a secret technique to flee, causing his strength to fall from the second heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor to the first heavenly layer. He still had not recovered even now. You dare to say something like that? How arrogant! You ruined my plans last time, so I let you live a few more years. Since you dare to set foot in the Cross Mountains today, don't even think about leaving this place alive. The Tiger King gritted his teeth. The Tiger King gritted his teeth. He blamed everything on Jianqin, so he felt great resentment towards Jianqin. Tiger King, since you're so confident, then do it. I'd like to see just how you'll make me remain in the Cross Mountains forever. Jianqin sneered as killing intent surged in his eyes. Don't be so arrogant. I'll deal with you once I've cleaned up the clan, the Tiger King said gloomily. Then, he looked at Rum Guinness and said coldly, Rum Guinness, you are an elder of the Gilligan clan, but you colluded with humans. This is unforgivable. You will be put to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger King suddenly appeared next to Rum Guinness. Surging energy gushed out from his palm, and he struck out with his palm. The strike was not aimed at Rum Guinness. Instead, it was aimed at the winged tiger beside Rum Guinness. The Ping King's eyes narrowed as he gently sighed inside. He did not plan on taking action. He did not dare to take action because the implications of this matter were just far too great. It was no longer a battle between him and the Tiger King. If he took action, it would directly affect the Beast God continent. Chapter 1002. The Tiger King did not hold back in the slightest when he struck the winged tiger with his palm. It contained a huge amount of power and broke through the air, causing the surrounding space to almost shatter. However, in the next moment the surrounding space suddenly solidified. The Tiger King had already controlled the power of space to solidify space, binding the white tiger tightly to prevent it from escaping. Although the white tiger was the ancient winged tiger, it was still only a 7th-rank magical beast. There was still a huge gap between it and an 8th-rank magical beast. With its current strength, it was simply unable to fight against the Tiger King, who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor. However, the white tiger's reaction was not slow either. It let out a low roar, and in the blink of an eye, its figure turned into a white blur as it rapidly retreated. In an instant, it had retreated to a distance of 20 meters. The space solidified by the Tiger King could not restrain it at all. The Tiger King's palm missed and struck the void. When the terrifying power exploded, it actually exceeded the capacity of this space. It immediately shattered the void, forming a black hole the size of a washbasin. The surrounding space distorted irregularly. Seeing that the winged tiger had actually escaped from his solidified space, the Tiger King's eyes immediately flashed. However, his movements did not stop at all because of this. He stepped into the air and crossed the distance of 20 meters in a single step, arriving in front of the white tiger. With a wave of his hand, the energy between heaven and earth began to rapidly converge towards him. In the end, it formed a huge palm that was 10 meters in size, grabbing towards the white tiger. The huge palm enveloped a part of the void, completely blocking the white tiger's possible escape routes, cutting off any possibility of the white tiger escaping. The Tiger King's actions were very sudden, and his speed was also very fast. As a result, Rum Guinness and the surrounding 7th-rank magical beasts only reacted at this time. When they saw that the Tiger King was actually going to kill the ancient winged tiger, their expressions immediately changed. Tiger King, how dare you! The winged tiger is the beast god recognized by the beast race. You actually dare to disrespect the beast god? Could it be that you have already betrayed the beast race? Rum Guinness shouted anxiously. Her voice was stern. Then, she threw herself at the Tiger King and tried to stop him. The Rock King floated in his original position and witnessed all of this. The light in his eyes kept flickering, and his face was filled with hesitation. Many of the elders of the Gilligan family looked confused. They didn't know why the Tiger King would suddenly attack the winged tiger, so they were all stunned. In their minds, the possibility of the Tiger King actually wanting to kill the god of the beast race, the winged tiger, had never crossed their minds. Among this group of elders, only an extremely small number of them knew the inside story of what had happened back then. The Ape King of the Spirit Ape Clan was one of them. The Tiger King wants to kill the god of the beast race. Elders, follow me to stop the Tiger King. The Ape King of the spiritual ape race shouted. Then, he led the charge towards the Tiger King. The elders who had no idea what was going on were all shocked when they heard the Ape King's words. Soon after, many of them charged toward the Tiger King without any regard for their own safety, wanting to stop the Tiger King from killing the winged tiger god. Although the Tiger King was the king of the Gilligan family and held great prestige in the hearts of these elders, the winged tiger was still the god of the beast race. In the eyes of these elders, it was like a high and mighty god. It was respected and revered by all beasts. As a result, under these circumstances, these elders chose to stand with the winged tiger without any hesitation. However, it was already too late. The Tiger King's attack was extremely fast, and these Class 7 magical beasts were not able to stop it. Before they could rush over to rescue the little white tiger, the Tiger King's huge palm formed from pure energy had already completely enveloped the little white tiger. The palm then quickly tightened, wanting to crush the little white tiger to death. At this moment, a destructive energy suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire region. The terrifying presence and desolate presence made all the powerful magical beasts in the Cross Mountains shiver in fear. At this crucial moment, Jianshan suddenly appeared. He held Yu in his left arm while his right hand formed a palm. His entire hand was enveloped by a glossy, pitch-black chaotic force. He directly sent a palm strike towards the Tiger King's huge hand with lightning speed. Boom! The two powerful forces collided loudly in the air, immediately erupting with a deafening boom. The terrifying shockwaves shook up the surroundings, expanding in all directions as an extremely powerful shockwave. The clash between the Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor was undoubtedly devastating. Wherever the shockwave passed, the surrounding space immediately began to distort, as if it was about to shatter. Sand and pebbles were sent flying as the ground cracked. Over 10 mountains collapsed from the clash between the two of them. Rocks rolled down with a rumble, causing the ground to tremble constantly. The Tiger King's hand had been easily dispersed by Jianshan. The powerful shockwave forced his burly body to take a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. The Class 7 magical beasts that had rushed over in an attempt to stop the Tiger King from killing the winged tiger came to an abrupt halt under the powerful shockwave. They were all forced to retreat uncontrollably. Even Rum and Guinness were no exception. Jianshan sent out a second palm strike to block the incoming shockwave, preventing Yu from being injured. The Pling King stood several dozen meters away without moving. He stared at Jianshan with a gleam in his eyes before finally relaxing. He could not help but faintly smile as he thought, "Looks like my worries were unnecessary. The winged tiger really does have something to rely on for daring to come to the depths of the Cross Mountains despite knowing that the Tiger King wants to kill him. How is this possible? How is this possible? How did you become so powerful in such a short amount of time?" The Tiger King cried out in shock. Jianshan sneered, "Nothing is impossible. Tiger King, today is the day you die." With that, Jianshan arrived before the Tiger King. He directly sent a palm strike filled with destructive chaotic force toward the Tiger King's chest. Jianshan did not need to use the Emperor armament against a heavily injured Holy Emperor at the first heavenly layer. The Tiger King angrily roared at the sky. Surging darkness-attributed energy wildly surged from his body. His hands turned into huge tiger claws in a single moment as they clawed toward Jianshan's palm strike. Only when the Tiger King's claws came in contact with Jianshan's palm did he discover in shock that his full-powered strike was unable to harm Jianshan's hand at all. Crack! However, in the next moment, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The Tiger King's claws had already become bent. The moment they collided with Jianshan's palm, his claws had been broken by Jianshan. The Tiger King grunted. The intense pain caused his face to become rather pale. He glanced at Jianshan in shock and immediately retreated, appearing 100 meters away in a single moment. Chapter 1003. Jianshan coldly stared at the Tiger King's shocked expression. He sneered. Tiger King, I'd like to see how you escape from me today and pay the price for what you did in the past. With that, Jianshan's figure flickered slightly. He instantly crossed several dozen meters and arrived before the Tiger King. Another palm strike filled with destructive chaotic force shot toward the Tiger King. The Tiger King roared at the sky. Immediately, a dazzling golden light shone from his body, illuminating the surroundings. It was extremely dazzling. Within the dense golden light, the Tiger King's human form immediately turned into a golden tiger covered in golden fur. His original form was that of a golden-furred Tiger King. Although he was nowhere close to being a beast of antiquity, he was still a king among tigers. The Tiger King opened his huge mouth and roared at Jianshan. Immediately, a fist-sized ball of dark energy was spat out from his mouth, shooting toward Jianshan with lightning speed. With the appearance of the dark energy, the light in the surroundings seemed to dim. Even the temperature in the surroundings became rather cold. Boom! Jianshan's fist collided with the dark energy, immediately erupting with a great boom. Terrifying ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the sky to tremble and space to rip open. The space on the Tianyuan continent was nowhere near as stable as the Sea Realm. On the Tianyuan continent, saint rulers could shatter space. As for the Holy Emperor, every clash between them was devastating. Jianshan and the Tiger King's clash caused the entire Cross Mountains to tremble. All the mountains in the depths of the mountain range had already cracked open. Countless mountains collapsed as countless magical beasts cried out in fear. Jianshan was unscathed when he collided with the dark energy with his body. On the other hand, the Tiger King became rather weak after spitting out the dark energy. Even in his peak condition, he was nowhere close to being Jianshan's opponent, let alone now that his strength had regressed and he had yet to recover from his injuries. The human experts have already begun invading our Cross Mountains. All the elders of the Gilligan clan, go and chase away the outsiders. Pring King, why don't you do something? The Tiger King spoke with a hoarse voice. He wanted to use all the power of the Gilligan clan to deal with Jianshan. The white-robed Pring King stood in the distance with his hands behind his back. He studied Jianshan with a gleam of light in his eyes. He did not help either side, nor did he plan on doing anything. The Pring King directly ignored the Tiger King's words. As for the elders of the Gilligan clan, they had all been blown far away by the terrifying shockwave. They were currently scattered in the surroundings as they stared at Jianshan in shock. Now, all of them could tell that Jianshan was actually the holy emperor of the human race. Moreover, he was a holy emperor that even the Tiger King could not defeat. The elders of the Gilligan clan hovered in the distance as they looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. They could not tolerate a human expert invading the depths of the Cross Mountains, but the person who had come this time was just too terrifying. They did not dare to charge in recklessly because that would only be throwing their lives away. Afterwards, the elders all looked at the Pring King. Seeing that the Pring King had no intention of doing anything, they did not plan on doing anything either. They pretended not to hear the Tiger King's words. Tiger King, you even dared to murder the god of the beast race, the winged tiger. You've already committed a heinous crime. Let's see who will help you now. Jianshan said coldly. He punched out and struck the Tiger King's back, breaking its spine. Its entire back immediately caved in. The great force knocked the Tiger King out of the air, smashing into the ground below heavily. It created a huge crater in the ground that was riddled with cracks. Jianshan did not stop there. He descended from the air. When the Tiger King crawled up from the ground, he kicked the Tiger King's head again, sending the Tiger King flying. Although Jianshan could easily kill the Tiger King, he didn't want to do so at all. That would be letting the Tiger King off too easily. As a result, he wanted to ruthlessly trample on the Tiger King's dignity as a Class 8 magical beast. The Tiger King's body flew for 50 meters before landing on the ground. He shook his head that was a little dizzy from Jianshan's kick. Then, he stared at Jianshan with vicious eyes and said, "It's not that easy to kill me. Jianshan, you will regret the stupid thing you did today sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger King's body was suddenly enveloped by a layer of incomparably powerful blood-red light. It was very dazzling. When the blood-red light dissipated, the Tiger King's huge golden body had already disappeared. He had used a secret technique to escape. Seeing that the Tiger King had suddenly disappeared without a trace, Jianshan's expression changed slightly. He immediately closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense to cover a radius of 10,000 miles, trying to find the Tiger King's trace. He actually disappeared. Jianshan quickly opened his eyes. His face was ashen because he could not find any trace of the Tiger King within a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, Blackfish, who had been standing at the back without saying a word, suddenly revealed a teasing smile and said, "I know where he escaped to." Hearing this, Jianshan's face lit up with joy. He immediately turned to Blackfish and said, "Senior Blackfish, please tell me where the Tiger King is. We must not let him escape." The Rock King's eyes flashed. His gaze immediately moved away from Jianshan and landed on Blackfish, revealing a bewildered expression. Blackfish nodded slightly and said, "Little brother Jianshan, don't be anxious. I'll capture him and bring him over." Blackfish casually swung his arm, and the space before him immediately ripped open, quickly forming a space gate. At this moment, in a barren region 100,000 kilometers away from the Cross Mountains, a huge, blood-soaked tiger lay on the ground weakly. He did not even have the strength to stand up. This was the Tiger King, one of the 2 kings of the Gilligan clan who had just escaped. "Jianshan, you won't be able to live for much longer. Once I recover some strength, I'll immediately head to the Beast God continent and report everything that has happened here to the king." The Tiger King's eyes were filled with viciousness as he murmured. Suddenly, the Tiger King's face changed. He stared at the space in front of him, and the space there began to violently distort. A space gate rapidly formed under the Tiger King's gaze. "Oh no!" The Tiger King was shocked. Just when he wanted to struggle to his feet, a huge hand condensed from energy reached out from the space gate. It grabbed him and dragged him into the space gate. Only when the Tiger King passed through the space gate did he discover in shock that he had returned to the depths of the Cross Mountains. "You don't have the ability to escape before me, so don't waste your strength," an old voice rang out in the Tiger King's head. The Tiger King followed the voice and saw Heiyu, who was dressed in black, standing beside him. Chapter 1004. Tiger King, why don't you keep running? Why aren't you running anymore? Jianshan flew over from afar as he stared at the Tiger King in a mocking manner. Even though the Tiger King knew that he would not be able to escape today, he did not show any fear at all. He glared at Jianshan resentfully as if he had some sort of deep grievance with Jianshan. "If I had known this day would come, I would have just killed you the first time I met you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived until now," the Tiger King said through gritted teeth. He was filled with regret. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he heard that. He kicked the Tiger King in the chest with lightning-like speed, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood. "It's a pity that time cannot be reversed. You're already my prisoner now. Your life is in my hands, so you have no right to kill me," Jianshan coldly said. Humph, do whatever you want, but if you kill me, you'll be in trouble as well. The Beast God continent will never just sit by and watch a human expert act recklessly in the territory of my Jinlijian clan, the Tiger King coldly replied. The Tiger King said coldly. He still had no idea that Jian Chen now possessed the ability to contend against the supreme experts of the Beast God continent. Benefactor, why don't you leave the Tiger King to us? The Tiger King killed my husband and wanted to harm us in the past. He has irreconcilable grievances with us. As magical beasts, even the Beast God continent won't say anything if we personally execute the Tiger King, Rum Guinness said. She was thinking for Jianchen. Jianchen nodded. All right then, I'll leave the Tiger King to you. Although Jianchen no longer feared the Beast God continent, the Tiger King's grievances with Rum Guinness and her son were even greater than his. It was more suitable for them to take the Tiger King's life. Rum Guinness, you betrayed the beast race and allied yourself with a human expert. Do you still want to go against your superiors? Tiger King glared fiercely at Rum Guinness and let out a weak roar. Although he was trying his best to put on a dignified expression, he was now in such dire straits that he no longer had any dignified temperament. Tiger King, my child is a winged tiger. Even the kings of the Beast God continent have to treat it politely, yet not only do you not respect the winged tiger, you've even tried to harm it time and time again. What are your intentions? You should be the one who's offending your superiors. Rum Guinness said sternly. Then, she slowly walked in front of Tiger King. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, Tiger King, when you harmed us, you probably never thought that you would end up like this. Humph! Tiger King snorted coldly. He closed his eyes and no longer said anything, as if he was waiting for death. He had first been heavily injured by Jian Chen, and then he had used a secret technique to flee. He suffered a great backlash, which made his wounds even worse. He could not even stand up in his current condition, let alone flee. Tiger King did not beg for mercy because he knew that it would be a waste of effort. Rum Guinness stared at Tiger King in resentment as crystalline tears rolled down her cheeks. She murmured, Father of my child, you died to your brother's hands back then. Today, let me avenge you. I hope you don't blame me for killing your brother. He's not worthy of being your brother. Rum Guinness slowly raised her hand, and a powerful pulse of energy immediately surged from her hand. She then struck Tiger King's head with lightning-like speed. No one went to stop Rum Guinness from killing Tiger King. Rock King continued to hover calmly in the distance. However, he looked at Tiger King with a complicated gaze. He and Tiger King were both kings of the Gilligan clan and had been friends for many years. At this moment, he couldn't bear to watch Tiger King die in front of him. The eyes of the elders in the surroundings all widened. The light in many of their eyes constantly flickered as they hesitated. They wanted to save Tiger King, but no one dared to move in the end. Bang! Rum Guinness's palm landed on Tiger King's head, and immediately, Tiger King's head burst open. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. At the same time, a ball of white light flew out from Tiger King's head and shot off into the distance with lightning speed. It was Tiger King's soul. Jian Chen sneered. With a thought, the space before him immediately froze, trapping the Tiger King's soul, preventing it from moving at all. Tiger King, you should understand that running away from us is a waste of energy, Jian Chen said coldly. Roar. A deafening roar rang out from beside Jian Chen. The white tiger roared at the sky before entering the space frozen by Jian Chen as a white blur. It opened its mouth and bit viciously at Tiger King's soul, tearing it to pieces and wiping it out. The Tiger King's primordial spirit slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Vaguely, one could hear a tiger's roar filled with indignation in the world. The depths of the Cross Mountains were silent. A Class 8 magical beast that was as powerful as the Holy Emperor had vanished forever just like that. Moreover, Tiger King was one of the 2 kings of the Gilligan clan. This greatly impacted all the elders of the clan. The Pling King stared at Tiger King's soul in a daze. He sighed inside as well. Tiger King, who was also a king of the Gilligan clan, had died just like that, vanishing forever. Rum Guinness hovered in the air as tears streamed down her face like a fountain. She had finally taken revenge for the hatred that had been hidden in her heart for so many years. My child's father, you've seen it. Your heartless brother has finally died in the hands of us mother and son. We've personally taken revenge for you. Rum Guinness looked up at the sky and murmured in a low voice. At the same time, in an ancient mountain range extremely far away from the Cross Mountains on the Tianyuan continent, two burly, middle-aged men stood on the highest sword-shaped mountain peak with their hands behind their back. They allowed the fierce wind to blow against them. The two of them stood there without moving at all, as if they were statues. They would give off the impression that they had fused with the world from time to time, that they were inseparable. At this moment, the space on a mountain peak 1,000 meters away from the two of them began to violently distort. It formed a space gate very soon, and a white-robed, evil-looking, middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man hovered in the air and stared at the two from 1,000 meters away. A while later, he slowly said, "King Lankiros, I never thought it would be you. Path Lord of Carnal Desires, how have you been?" Lankiros asked emotionlessly. "King Lankiros, have you forgotten about the agreement between our Tianyuan continent and your beast god continent? You've already set foot in the territory of our Tianyuan continent once again. Please leave quickly." The Path Lord spoke in an extremely indifferent voice, without any emotion at all. Kaiser said, "Human Saint Emperor, we won't beat around the bush. The two of us have personally come to find you from the Beast God continent because we want to work with you on something." Chapter 1005. "It's about the winged tiger," Kaiser said slowly as he stared at the Path Lord coldly. The Path Lord's expression did not change at all. He had already guessed that this matter probably had something to do with the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger god, when King said he wanted to work together. After a moment of thought, the Path Lord said, "May I ask what the details of our cooperation are?" The Tiger Emperor said, "Holy Emperor of the humans, you're a smart person. You should know that we want to take away the winged tiger. The winged tiger is the god of us magical beasts. How can we let it become a pet of a human junior? However, the human junior has two experts protecting him. They possess treasures with origin energy, so even the Holy Emperor can't do anything to them. As a result, we want to borrow your power to subdue one of their experts. Once the winged tiger matures, it will be an existence that surpasses the Holy Emperor. In ancient times, no one was its opponent aside from the greatest human expert, Mo Tianyun. Do you really think that I'll help you and bring disaster to the Tianyuan continent?" The Path Lord coldly said. Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor had already known that the Path Lord would say something like that. Their expressions did not change at all. Kaiser said, "Holy Emperor of the humans, your worries are unnecessary. Even if the winged tiger matures, it won't invade your Tianyuan continent because there's nothing on your Tianyuan continent that we desire. The Beast God continent is truly suitable for us magical beasts, so there's no need for you to worry about the future." Kaiser paused for a while before continuing, "Holy Emperor of the humans, I think there's something on the winged tiger that you desire as well. If you agree to cooperate with us, we'll give you 10 droplets of essence blood once we take the winged tiger away. I think you know exactly how valuable the essence blood of the ancient winged tiger is, so I won't explain it any further." The Path Lord's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that there were 10 droplets of essence blood. A sliver of extremely well-hidden greed appeared in the depths of his eyes. Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor did not say anything else. They stood at the top of the mountain as they stared at the Path Lord in interest, waiting for his reply. "All right, I agree to cooperate with you. I'll help you keep one of them busy." The Path Lord hesitated for quite a while before agreeing to Kaiser's suggestion in the end. He really did need the essence blood of the winged tiger, but he needed to work with Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor to obtain it. Only then would he be able to deal with the two experts guarding the winged tiger. Ha 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 ha, I hope we can cooperate well, Kaiser laughed loudly. Kaiser laughed aloud. With the assistance of the human saint emperors, he was confident that he could take the winged tiger god. Lankiros smiled as well. Hidden in the depths of his eyes was a sliver of excitement that no one could see. He thought to himself, looks like I'm close to the day when I enter the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall and obtain the winged tiger god's legacy. King, you really are a great helper for me. At this moment, the expressions of Kaiser and Lankiros suddenly changed. Their faces became ugly in a single moment. An uncontrollable fury radiated from them, causing the surrounding air to freeze. The Path Lord was slightly surprised by their sudden change. He immediately became vigilant and asked, "What's going on?" "The people we sent to the Cross Mountains have actually been killed," Lankiros growled. His face was terrifyingly sunken. Kaiser closed his eyes gently and coldly said, "It was done by that brat. How dare he go against the rules of the humans and the Gilligan clan and venture into the depths of the Cross Mountains? Humph, do you really think we magical beasts are pushovers?" Killing intent flickered through Lankiro's eyes. He said, "We were just about to go find him, but I never thought he'd come provoke us. Humph, we can't let him go this time. Let's go to the Cross Mountains right now." Ruijin stood at the edge of a huge volcano leisurely with his arms crossed in a scorching region of the Tian-Yuan continent. He silently stared at the churning magma below. At this time, the magma in the volcano's crater churned more and more violently, and a layer of white flames shot out from the crater. The white flames contained a terrifying temperature, and in a short moment, the surrounding mountain rocks were turned into red liquid, and the crater of the volcano expanded by a lot. Bang! The magma suddenly burst open, and a crisp phoenix cry resounded through the sky. A huge phoenix with terrifying white flames burning around its body leaped out of the magma and flew up into the sky like lightning, circling around. Immediately, the temperature in the surroundings began to skyrocket. The entire region became red. Honglian, congratulations on breaking through to great perfection. However, you're a little slower than Blackfish. Ruijin stood at the edge of the crater as he stared at the phoenix in the sky with a smile. The flames from the crater were unable to reach him at all. After circling in the sky twice, the white flames around the phoenix gradually subsided. In the end, it turned into a young woman in her 20s who slowly descended from the sky. The young woman wore a red dress. Her fire-red hair was dazzling like the burning flames. She was extremely beautiful, like she had come out of a painting. The young woman was the scorching divine phoenix that had escaped from the artifact space with Ruijin, Honglian. When they escaped from the artifact space, Honglian had already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. She was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer. However, the energy of the world on the Tian-Yuan continent was even more abundant than the artifact space. As a result, Honglian immediately found an excellent place to enter seclusion after leaving the artifact space. After many years of cultivation, not only had she successfully reached the 9th heavenly layer, but she had even crossed the 9th heavenly layer and reached great perfection. Honglian slowly landed beside Ruijin. She said with some surprise, "Ruijin, what did you just say? Blackfish has reached great perfection before me?" "That's right." Ruijin nodded with a smile. He also felt happy when he saw Honglian because there were not a lot of people who had the right to be his friend in the artifact space. There were only Blackfish and Honglian. How is that possible? When we first escaped, Blackfish had only just reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. How has he reached great perfection before me? Honglian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ruijin didn't explain too much. With a flip of his hand, A set of blood-red feather clothes and a very delicate red hairpin appeared in his empty hands. On the red feather clothes, there was a white bead that was as smooth as a pearl. Chapter 1006. Hongyan's eyes suddenly froze when Ruijin took out the feathers. She stared blankly at the feathers and exquisite red hairpin in Ruijin's hand. She swore that this was definitely the first time she had seen these things. However, these feather clothes and hairpin that should have been completely foreign to her actually gave her a sense of familiarity. Furthermore, what made her feel even more incredulous was that at this moment, her heart actually gave birth to a strange feeling of being connected by blood. It was as if the fiery red feather and hairpin in front of her were originally some kind of component of her body. Hongyan stared blankly at the red feathers in Ruijin's hand. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she struggled to think where she had seen these things before and why they gave her a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, the memories that had been sealed away in Hongyan's head for a very long time were unlocked. The information from the legacy surged out, immediately allowing Hongyan to understand what the fire-red wings and red hairpin were and why they gave her a familiar feeling. These are the inherited treasures of my scorching divine phoenix clan, the 9 refined godfire feathers and scorching godfire heavenly hairpin. How are they in your hands? Hongyan exclaimed as disbelief filled her face. This was because the scorching divine phoenix clan and the dragon clan had already vanished from this world. As the inherited treasures of the scorching divine phoenix clan, the 9 refined godfire feathers and scorching godfire heavenly hairpin would naturally disappear with the divine phoenix clan. They would never appear in this world. However, these items had miraculously appeared in Ruijin's hands. Hongyan struggled to believe this. That's right. These are the inherited treasures of your scorching divine phoenix clan, the 9 refined godfire feathers and scorching godfire heavenly hairpin. Hongyan, I'll give these to you now. Ruijin arrived before Hongyan with the 9 refined godfire feathers and directly handed them to her. Hongyan was slightly stunned. She could not believe that these things would appear before her. When she saw the 9 refined godfire feathers and the scorching godfire heavenly hairpin, she basically subconsciously extended her trembling arms and accepted the treasures of the scorching divine phoenix clan. Her gaze never left the feathers and the hairpin. A while later, Hongyan finally calmed down. She shifted her gaze away from the 9 refined godfire feathers and stared at Ruijin. Ruijin, where did you find the inherited treasures of my divine phoenix clan? Did my clansmen not take them with them when they vanished? No, you've guessed wrong. Ruijin shook his head. Hongyan, feel it carefully and see if the inherited treasures of your divine phoenix clan are different from the description in your inherited memories. Hongyan glanced at Ruijin in doubt before slowly closing her eyes. She carefully sensed the 2 items in her hands. However, Hongyan suddenly snapped open her eyes very soon. Immediately, 2 streaks of light shot out from her eyes. Her gaze had been replaced by deep shock and disbelief. Origin energy. This is actually origin energy. How is this possible? How can the inherited treasures of my divine phoenix clan possess origin energy? Red Lotus could not help but cry out in surprise. The shock in her heart had reached a point where it could not be any greater. Although she had always lived in the artifact space, the inherited memories in her head contained many secrets. She knew extremely well just what kind of power origin energy was. It was something that even Saint Emperors coveted. Only those who had surpassed Saint Emperor could grasp a supreme power that even Saint Emperors desired. Ruijin, what's going on? How can the inherited treasures of my divine phoenix clan possess origin energy? It's completely different from the records in my inherited memories. And where did you obtain these 2 treasures? Hongyan stared at Ruijin eagerly. She desperately wanted to know the answer. Ruijin was in no hurry to answer. He slowly turned around and looked at the red clouds that seemed to have been set ablaze. He said slowly, Hongyan, I saw a winged tiger. A winged tiger? Is it the young winged tiger? Hong Lian asked curiously. No. Ruijin shook his head. It's the winged tiger that surpassed the holy emperor in ancient times. Hong Lian became stunned when she heard that. How is that possible? It's been so long. Has the winged tiger not died yet? I don't know if he's dead or not, but I saw a sliver of his soul left behind many years ago. The winged tiger gave me the 9 refined Godfire feather wings and scorching Godfire hairpin of your divine Phoenix clan and told me to give them to you, said Ruijin. The inherited treasures of my divine Phoenix clan have always been used by the patriarchs. They never leave their bodies, so why would they appear in the hands of the winged tiger? Hong Lian asked in confusion. Ruijin turned around and stared at Hong Lian sternly. Afterwards, a powerful golden light shone from his body. The sacred dragon's armor and sacred dragon's spear appeared. It's not just the inherited treasures of your divine Phoenix clan. Even the inherited treasures of my dragon clan came from the winged tiger. At the same time, the sacred dragon's armor and sacred dragon's spear possess some origin energy, which makes them much more powerful. They've completely surpassed the description of them in my inherited memories. Moreover, Blackfish also possesses a set of armor and weapon. They also possess origin energy, so they're on par with the inherited treasures of our 2 clans. They were also given to him by the winged tiger. Hong Lian was clearly stunned. She asked, why did the winged tiger give us these things? He seemed to have vanished with our 2 clans in the past, so how does he know that there are still people from the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan who participated in this world? Not only does the winged tiger know that there are still people from the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan in this world, but he also knows even more details and even more unbelievable things. I even suspect that the winged tiger isn't dead and is hiding somewhere, silently observing the Tianyuan continent, Ruijin said with a heavy voice. What did you say? Hong Lian was shocked. Ruijin's words were just too shocking. Hong Lian, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Our clansmen haven't vanished. They might have gone to another world. We still have hope of finding our clansmen. Ruijin's voice was no longer as calm as before. It was filled with uncontainable excitement. Is what you said true? Red Lotus's expression also became agitated. Ruijin nodded. When the winged tiger gave us these things back then, he told me that we need a crucial person if we want to find our clansmen. This person is the human junior who has been recognized by the saint artifact, Jianshin. The winged tiger said that we need to protect Jianshin if we want to find our clansmen. Once Jianshin dies, we will never be able to see our clansmen again. Chapter 1007. Hong Lian, you better refine the legacy treasure of your scorching divine Phoenix clan as soon as possible. The Tianyuan continent and the Beast God continent haven't been peaceful recently. Because of the winged tiger, the ruler of the Beast God continent has become an enemy of Jianshin. Jianshin can be in danger at any time, so I can't be away from him for too long. Although Blackfish is by Jianshin's side, he's just one person after all. If he comes across 2 Holy Emperor experts, he won't be able to protect Jianshin, Ruijin said. Hong Lian nodded slightly. She also understood just how important Jianshin was to them right now. Although it was rather difficult for her to accept having to protect a human junior, she was willing to pay an even greater price for the sake of reuniting with her clansmen, let alone just temporarily. Hong Lian glanced at the bead on the 9 refined Godfire feather. She asked, Blackfish, what's this bead? It doesn't seem to belong to my divine Phoenix clan. This was given to you by the winged tiger. It's an extremely wondrous treasure, specially used to protect the soul. It can prevent the soul from being affected by external factors. The method of refining the bead is extremely simple. All you need to do is drip a droplet of blood on it and fuse a strand of your soul into it, Ruijin explained. Hong Lian did not say anything else. Holding the 9 refined Godfire feather, the scorching Godfire hairpin, and the soul-protecting bead given to her by the winged tiger, she plunged them into the churning lava at the mouth of the volcano. Rum Guinness chose a beautiful mountain in the depths of the Cross Mountains to erect a tombstone for her dead husband. The tombstone was extremely simple, only consisting of a 3-meter-tall stone slab and a mound of dirt. Her husband's corpse was not buried in the mound of dirt. Instead, it was a few items that had accompanied her husband in the past, as well as some furniture that her husband had come into contact with when he lived in the Jinlijian clan. Rum Guinness had no choice but to bury these items because her husband had died many years ago. Nothing remained of him, so it was impossible to find his remains. My child's father, the two of us have already avenged you. Rest well in the underworld. Rum Guinness sat before the tombstone as she sobbed sorrowfully. Tears constantly flowed from her eyes. Roar. The white tiger also produced a deep roar. There was some sorrow in its voice, as if it was saying something in its own language. Jianshan, Yu, and Black Fish stood behind Rum Guinness silently, watching everything. Apart from Black Fish, who was emotionless, Jianshan and Yu both showed some sorrow and sympathy. Behind them was the white-robed Pring King and the elders of the Jinlijian clan. They all stood there silently, looking at Rum Guinness and the winged tiger with mixed feelings. After the Tiger King's death, the Pring King told the elders everything that had happened back then without missing a single detail, allowing them to understand the inside story. Rum Guinness had not colluded with the humans and betrayed the Gilligan clan. Instead, he had been framed by the Tiger King. His objective was to harm the winged tiger god. Although the elders of the Gilligan clan were all magical beasts, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. Many of them immediately thought of the beast god continent when they learnt this from the Pring King. They had already guessed that the Tiger King's attempt on the winged tiger god's life definitely had the backing of someone with authority on the beast god continent. Otherwise, the Pring King would not have been so fearful. Rum Guinness wiped away her tears and gently rubbed the white tiger's head. She said, "Child, let's go. The Cross Mountains are no longer a place the two of us can stay." With that, Rum Guinness turned to Jianshan and bowed politely to Jianshan. She said, "Benefactor, thank you for avenging us. From today onwards, Rum Guinness is willing to serve as Benefactor's lackey and follow by your side." Jianshan helped Rum Guinness up in a hurry. He said, "Senior, please don't do that. Xiaobai and I are very good friends, so it's only right for me to help a friend. Moreover, I have some grievances with the Tiger King as well, so I'm only helping you get your revenge along the way. Senior, please don't call me Benefactor. Just call me Jianshan." "Benefactor, how can I do that? If you hadn't adopted my child when I was nearing the end of my life, my child might not have lived to this day. Moreover, it was you who saved my life. Benefactor's kindness to the two of us is so great that we won't be able to repay it even if we spend our entire lives," Rum Guinness said sincerely. Jianshan felt bitter inside from Rum Guinness' attitude. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Senior, let's not talk about this for now. Let's leave this place first." This time, Rum Guinness said nothing more. She followed Jianshan out of the Cross Mountains with the white tiger. Seeing them leave, the Pring King finally broke his silence. He said, "Rum Guinness, your child is the god of beasts, the winged tiger. We hope that the great god of beasts can stay and watch over the Gilligan clan and lead all the beasts in the Cross Mountains. Everyone in the Gilligan clan is willing to follow the great god of beasts." After saying that, the Pring King dropped to one knee. "We are willing to follow the great god of beasts." After the Pring King dropped to his knees, the elders of the Gilligan clan all dropped to their knees and cried out. No one had any objections. "We won't stay. The Gilligan clan has nothing to do with us anymore. I, Rum Guinness, am no longer a member of the Gilligan clan," Rum Guinness said without turning her head. Rum Guinness said without even turning her head. In her heart, the Gilligan clan was just a place of sorrow, a place of despair. The Pring King immediately fell silent when he heard that. He sighed inside as his face was filled with regret. He knew that Rum Guinness was still unable to let go of what had happened in the past. This was because he did not do anything when the Tiger King pursued Rum Guinness and her husband. He also did not stand forward to prove his innocence when the Tiger King wronged Rum Guinness. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through Blackfish's indifferent eyes. They sharpened in a single moment as he stared at the space in the sky. The space above the Cross Mountains began to distort violently as a space gate rapidly formed. Two burly, middle-aged men and an evil-looking, middle-aged man of medium stature stepped out at the same time. The three of them were the two Class 9 magical beasts of the Beast God continent and the Holy Emperor of the human race, the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. Chapter 1008. Blackfish's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He had never thought that the two holy emperors of the Beast God continent would set foot on the Tian Yuan continent again and directly seek them out. Blackfish knew that they had come with ill intentions, so he did not hesitate at all. He immediately used a secret technique to contact Ruijin. Otherwise, he would not have been the opponent of the two holy emperors of the Beast God continent by himself. Jianshan's expression suddenly changed when he saw the three holy emperors and the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. However, he reacted quickly as well. The saint artifact immediately flew out of his forehead and landed in his hand. At the same time, the divine hall of the Eight Wastelands flew out of his space ring, rapidly expanding above his head. Everyone, don't resist. I'll send you into the artifact space. Jianshan bellowed out and sent you, the White Tiger, and Rum Guinness into the artifact space as quickly as he could. Afterward, he flew into the divine hall of the Eight Wastelands and disappeared. A surge of energy pulsed from Blackfish. Blackfish was now covered in a set of extraordinarily powerful azure armor. In his right hand was a machete that glowed with silver light. It radiated with a terrifying pressure. This was his greatest trump card against a Saint Emperor as a Saint King at great perfection. The Ping King recognized Kaiser and Lankiros with a single glance. He was immediately shocked and immediately dropped to one knee. Greetings to your majesties, Kaiser and Lankiros. Greetings to your majesties, Kaiser and Lankiros. After the Ping King knelt, the elders of the Gilligan clan all dropped to one knee as well. Kaiser and Lankiros did not even glance at them, directly treating them like they were nothing. They glared at Jianshan, who was hiding in the divine hall of the Eight Wastelands. You first ignored the rules of the Gilligan clan and entered the depths of the Cross Mountains without permission, and then you killed the experts of my magical beast. Your crimes are unforgivable. Jianshan, I'd like to see where you can run off to this time. Don't think that you're safe just because you're hiding in that stupid divine hall. Now, let me shatter your divine hall, Lankiros growled before directly striking out with his palm. As Lankiros struck out with his palm, the energy in the surroundings immediately gathered at an unbelievable speed. In the end, it condensed into a huge palm that was 100 meters wide. It whistled through the air, heading for the divine hall of the Eight Wastelands with devastating power. Heiyu blocked in front of the Eight Desolation Divine Palace in a flash. The armor on his body that had fused with the origin emitted a layer of hazy green light that enveloped his entire body, while the machete in his hand spat out a sharp blade light that was dozens of meters long. With a lightning-like slash, it slashed out towards the palm strike of the Tiger King. Blackfish's attack was no weaker than the Holy Emperor's attack, because it was an attack from a weapon imbued with origin energy. The terrifying blade light collided with the huge palm, erupting with a deafening boom. The terrifying shock waves of energy directly shattered the world and extinguished the void, turning it into darkness. In the face of the two's shocking attacks, even the sun in the sky dimmed in comparison. The entire Cross Mountains shook violently as large swaths of mountains collapsed. The several dozen elders of the Gilligan clan were blown away by the terrifying shockwaves without being able to put up any resistance at all. They constantly vomited blood. They were just too close to the center of the battle. Even with their strength as saint rulers, they were injured by the shockwave. The Pling King's expression became extremely grave. His body turned into a faint blur. Before the terrifying shockwaves of the battle arrived, he had already left this place at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared several dozen kilometers away. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands that hovered in the air was blown far away by the shockwaves as well. It constantly shook along the way, clearly suffering from the violent shockwaves. Jianshan sat on the top floor of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. He controlled the divine hall with all his strength and used the recoil to fly out of the Cross Mountains as quickly as he could. The Cross Mountains were very far away from Mercenary City, only over 100,000 kilometers away. He needed to hurry to Mercenary City as quickly as possible to save his life. This was because he could tell that the Path Lord of Carnal Desires had already worked with the 2 supreme experts of the Beast God continent. There were 3 holy emperors. Even Ruijin would not be able to stop them. I'll keep him busy. You go chase after Jianshan, Lanka said in a deep voice. He continued to fight Blackfish, keeping Blackfish busy so that he could not take care of Jianshan. Wang He said nothing. He silently pursued the divine hall of the 8 wastelands and directly threw a punch at the 8 wastelands. Boom! With a heavy sound, the divine hall of the 8 wastelands was blown far away by Kaiser's punch. The entire divine hall began to tremble violently. A tiny crack had even appeared where Kaiser's punch had struck. The crack rapidly expanded, covering a quarter of the hall like a spiderweb. Jianshan's face suddenly changed drastically as he sat on the top floor of the divine hall. Kaiser's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He had never thought that a single strike from him would be able to damage the divine hall so heavily. Kaiser sneered, "It's a very tough divine hall, but I wonder how many more punches it can take." With that, Kaiser threw another punch at the divine hall of the 8 wastelands viciously. The crack on the divine hall of the 8 wastelands rapidly expanded and thickened. It had already spread to a small portion of the divine hall. Jianshan gritted his teeth as he sat in the divine hall. He was unable to resist the Holy Emperor at all. All he could do was control the divine hall and hurry back to Mercenary City. "Jianshan, you won't be able to escape this time. Even if that dragon comes back, it won't be able to do anything," Kaiser said coldly. King said coldly. He punched the 8 Desolation Divine Palace again, causing the cracks on the 8 Desolation Divine Palace to become even denser. When Kaiser's 4th punch landed on the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, the cracks had already covered every inch of the 8 wastelands. Boom! The 5th punch directly shattered the doors of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, reducing it to nothingness. A large number of buildings were destroyed. With the 6th punch, half of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands was destroyed. The originally majestic divine hall was now in ruins. This is the last punch. "Jianshan, let's see if your divine hall can take my 7th punch," Kaiser sneered and threw the 7th punch. Chapter 1009. Jianshan, who sat on the top floor of the 8 wastelands divine hall, could not help but show a drastic change in expression when he sensed the power behind Kaiser's punch. His instincts told him that if the punch landed on the 8 wastelands divine hall, the 8 wastelands divine hall would definitely shatter to pieces. It would never be repaired. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands was already extremely damaged. It could no longer endure Kaiser's near-full-powered attack. Terrifying energy swirled around King's fist. It was a simple punch, but it contained a terrifying might that shook the heavens and the earth. In front of this punch, space became as fragile as tofu. It was easily torn apart and turned into darkness. However, just when Kaiser's punch was about to land on the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, the divine hall of the 8 wastelands suddenly vanished. Kaiser's punch missed, striking the space before him and causing it to tremble violently. Jianshan had already put the divine hall of the 8 wastelands away. He did not want the divine hall that he had obtained after so much difficulty to be destroyed just like that. Afterwards, a golden streak of light shot out from his forehead, turning into a 100-meter-tall golden tower that hovered above his head in a single moment. Afterward, the golden tower quickly flew toward Mercenary City. "You sure have a lot of treasures, but no matter how many treasures you have, you won't be able to escape death today," Kaiser sneered. Cold light shone from his eyes as heavy killing intent appeared. With that, Kaiser vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind Jianchen. He threw a simple punch at Jianchen. Kaiser's attacks were extremely simple. There were not many flashy moves, but every single one of his attacks possessed unbelievable power, enough to easily destroy the world. The Saint artifact above Jianchen's head immediately fell down, blocking in front of Jianchen. With a violent boom, Kaiser's fist struck the Saint artifact with lightning-like force. The great force sent the Saint artifact flying, viciously slamming into Jianchen behind it. Pooh! Jianchen immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retreated with the Saint artifact. The sound of his ribs breaking could be vaguely heard. The force of the Saint artifact being knocked away was comparable to an attack from a 9th heavenly layer expert like the Holy Emperor. Even with Jianchen's chaotic body, he struggled to endure it and became quite injured. A dent the size of a human head had appeared on the sacred artifact after taking the king's punch. It was clearly much tougher than the 8 Wastelands temple. Jianchen's body flew out like a cannonball. At this moment, he had already left the depths of Crosswise mountain range and reached the outskirts. At this moment, in a valley tens of thousands of miles away from Jianchen, Houston, who was plowing the field with a hoe, suddenly raised his head. His ordinary eyes instantly shot out 2 beams of shock as he stared into the distance. "It's the 2 Class 9 magical beasts from the Beast God continent. They've actually snuck onto the Tian Yuan continent. Strange. Why do I only sense the presence of one of the 2 experts with origin energy weapons helping Jianchen? Is the other one not by his side?" Houston growled. When he thought of this possibility, his face immediately became extremely ugly. If that really is the case, Jianchen is in trouble now. With that, Houston tossed the hoe in his hand aside and ripped open a space gate effortlessly with a single finger. He directly dove in and vanished. Jianchen's chaotic force had already filled his entire body, allowing him to fully utilize the advantages of the chaotic body. He had already drawn his Emperor armament and shot out strands of powerful sword chi at King under the protection of the Saint artifact. Although he knew that his current attacks were unable to harm the Holy Emperor, he could at least temporarily delay King. King completely ignored Jianchen's powerful sword chi that was equivalent to the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. He punched out with an extremely tyrannical presence, dispersing all of Jianchen's sword chi. Even the Saint artifact was heavily injured several times. The dents became denser and denser while the world within the artifact constantly shook, as if it was experiencing the end of the world. Although the Saint artifact could last for some time under the attacks of the Holy Emperor, Jianchen did not dare to take refuge in it, because if he did, King would be able to take the Saint artifact back to the Beast God continent and slowly break through it. At that time, even the white tiger hiding in the artifact would lose its life. Just what kind of treasure is this golden tower? It clearly doesn't possess any origin energy, yet it can block so many of my attacks without being destroyed. King could not help but become angered when he saw Jianchen block his attacks time and time again. With his strength, he actually needed to expend so much effort to deal with a mere Holy Emperor. This was a disgrace to him. Suddenly, King opened his hand and clenched it at the space before him. He said, "Space, freeze." With that, the space around Jianchen froze in a single moment, trapping him there. He could not move at all, and he could not even control the Saint artifact. "I'd like to see how you escape now." King stared at Jianchen with a vicious smile. He arrived before Jianchen in a flash and stabbed his hand toward Jianchen's chest. He wanted to dig out Jianshan's heart. I never thought that the mighty expert of the beast god continent would actually lower himself to attack a junior. If news of this spreads, you'll probably become a huge laughingstock. Suddenly, an old voice boomed through the surroundings. 1,000 meters away, a space gate suddenly ripped open and a black spike immediately flew out. It pierced through space and shot toward King with unbelievable speed. "You're looking to die." King's face sank. His hand that had reached for Jianshan's heart immediately clenched into a fist as he threw it at the incoming spike. When the spike was half a meter away from King's fist, it was knocked away by the terrifying shockwave of energy from King's fist. It shot back toward the space gate with lightning-like speed. Dressed in sackcloth, Houston stepped out of the space gate barefooted. He calmly looked at the flying spike. With a slight wave of his hand, the sharp aura of the spike immediately dissipated, and it obediently landed in Houston's hand. King stared at Houston coldly and said, "A holy emperor at great perfection has actually come. However, you're not my opponent at all. You can't stop me." Chapter 10:10. It's not up to you to decide what I want to do. And what happened today was all because of this human junior of yours. He actually dared to enter the depths of the Cross Mountains to kill the experts of our beast god continent. Do you think our beast god continent is a pushover? Kaiser growled. He extended his hand again, reaching for Jianshan's heart. Jianshan was completely immobilized by the frozen space. The space had been frozen by Kaiser using the Holy Emperor's abilities, so it was not something Jianshan could break free from. An unprecedented light erupted from Houston's eyes. At that moment, his eyes were like torches, as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Vaguely, two beams of light seemed to shoot out from his eyes, causing the space before him to slightly distort. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Houston's body. The aura soared into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to surge. A black fog also erupted from Houston's body, covering the sky. The originally bright world was plunged into darkness in an instant. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Even the blazing sun that radiated boundless light had disappeared. This was darkness attributed Saint Force. The long black spike in Houston's hand seemed to have perfectly blended into this world of darkness. Then, it turned into a black streak of light that was hard to catch with the naked eye, silently shooting towards King. Its speed was inconceivably fast, and even harder to detect. If someone at the same level as Houston received this attack, they would definitely struggle to block it. Even if they managed to survive, they would be heavily injured. However, it posed no threat to the Holy Emperor at all. A cold light flickered through Kaiser's eyes as if he was not affected by the darkness at all. He stared at Houston closely as cold killing intent radiated from him at all. He coldly snorted, "You overestimate yourself. Since you've stopped me time and time again, I'll eliminate you first." King had no choice but to stop his claw at Jianshan's chest. He clenched his fist and punched out. Immediately, a terrifying energy surged out of King's fist, turning into a furious dragon that charged at the black spike with unstoppable momentum. As soon as Houston's black spike came into contact with the dragon formed from energy, a violent rumbling sound rang out. The black spike was sent flying far away, while the dragon's momentum didn't decrease in the slightest. It faced the sky and roared as it continued to charge at Houston. Houston's body clearly trembled as the long black spike was sent flying. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. Looking at the furious dragon charging towards him, he softly shouted, "Shadow escape!" As these two words left Houston's mouth, his old figure suddenly disappeared. What disappeared was not only his person, but also his aura. The black dragon quickly passed through where Houston had been standing, and in the end, it slammed into a mountain behind him. With a loud boom, the entire mountain collapsed. Don't think that I can't find you just because you've fused with the world. It's just a petty trick. Watch how I destroy your domain of darkness. King sneered disdainfully. He threw another simple punch at the dark sky. The energy wrapped around his fist was so powerful that it actually caused the sky to tremble slightly. Bang! King's punch seemed to have hit the surface of a drum, making a muffled sound. Immediately, the dark world began to distort violently. The entire dark space shook violently, and powerful rays of light shone in from the outside. In the blink of an eye, the darkness that had shrouded this part of the sky had completely dissipated. The blazing sun that hung high in the sky shone down its intense radiance on the earth once more, and the world once again regained its light. With the secret technique broken, Houston reappeared. He hovered 1,000 meters away with a pale face. Spurt! Suddenly, Houston spat out a mouthful of blood. His already pale face became even paler, without a trace of blood. Kaiser was just far too powerful. Even among saint emperors, he was an existence that stood at the very apex. Even though his attacks were always straightforward, every single one of them possessed devastating might. It was not something that saint kings could block. Even great perfection saint kings would not be able to block. King did not give Houston any time to catch his breath. He took a step forward, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, silently appearing before Houston. He stared at Houston coldly as he extended his hand towards Houston's chest. He wanted to dig out Houston's heart as well. It won't be that easy to kill me. Houston's gaze remained sharp. The darkness attributed saint force around him vanished in a single moment, and a dense, blood-red mist erupted from his body. The mist was as thick as blood, enveloping Houston completely. A deep voice rang out from the mist. "This is baleful force that I've condensed after killing countless lives. I originally thought that I would never be able to use it in my life, but I never thought that I would have the chance to personally witness its power before my end. King, enjoy it well. This is the baleful force of the Bloodsword sect. What powerful baleful force!" King's face finally changed when he saw the dense mist. His hand that reached towards Houston forcefully came to a halt in the air. He no longer dared to advance any further. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated in an attempt to get away from Houston. However, it was already too late. The baleful force that had gathered around Houston had condensed into a blood-red spike. It shot toward King as a streak of red light. Kaiser became extremely stern when he saw the blood-red spike. Even when he faced the Path Lord of Carnal Desires, who was also a saint emperor, he had never displayed such a stern expression before. The baleful force was a powerful secret technique that only existed in the Bloodsword sect. It was condensed from slaughter force and could be intangible. It was used to attack the soul of people, making it impossible to defend against. There was no way to break through it, so it could only be forcefully endured. Although King was a holy emperor, the souls of magical beasts were innately weaker than humans. They were nowhere near as powerful as humans. The baleful force that Houston had shot out had been condensed over his entire life. It was powerful enough to wipe out the soul of any opponent of the same level as him. Even the Holy Emperor would suffer quite a lot from it, let alone magical beasts whose souls were nowhere near as powerful as humans. Moreover, once the soul was injured by the baleful force, it would be extremely difficult to heal. It would greatly affect one's future cultivation. King stepped back again and again. His speed was also very fast. Every time he took a step back, he would cross a distance of several kilometers. He was very wary of the baleful Chi. However, he was still slower than the baleful force. Very soon, the blood-red spike condensed from the baleful force caught up to him and dug into his forehead. Arg! A painful shriek rang out from King's mouth. King was no longer as mighty as before. He clutched his head in pain. His soul was being mercilessly devoured by the baleful Chi. His situation was far more severe than when he received the Heartless Palm and Desireless Palm from the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. During the last battle in outer space, The Path Lord's heartless palm and desireless palm had left King in an extremely horrible shape, but that only affected King's soul greatly, triggering the desires at the bottom of his heart. The baleful Yin Qi, on the other hand, directly injured his soul. The space that trapped Jianchen had shattered long ago with the battle between King and Houston. A gleam of light immediately flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he saw King's current state. He immediately used his mind to control the Saint artifact, retrieving the Emperor's power that had always been stored there. As soon as the Emperor's power appeared, a destructive ripple of energy filled the surroundings, causing the space there to constantly tremble. Chapter 10-11. Jianchen carefully controlled the Emperor's power to float above his hand. With a flash, he arrived behind King and swung the Emperor's power towards King's head. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the Path Lord of Carnal Desires who had been watching from afar. He stared at the droplet of Emperor's power in Jianchen's hand in interest, and his face changed slightly. He cried out inside, "Holy Emperor's power! I never thought that Jianchen would actually possess Holy Emperor's power. Look at the surging water energy in the droplet, it must have come from a Holy Emperor of the Sea Realm. Holy Emperor's power is enough to pose a threat to Holy Emperor experts. King's soul has been injured by the baleful Yin force, so he must be in excruciating pain right now. He can't pay attention to the outside world at all. I wonder if Jianchen's Holy Emperor's power can heavily injure King." The light in the Path Lord's eyes immediately flickered when he thought up to there. Slivers of extremely well-hidden light leaked out from time to time. Houston also noticed the droplet of Emperor's power in Jianchen's hand. Seeing how Jianchen controlled the Emperor's power to strike King's head, Houston's eyes immediately lit up. A sliver of eagerness appeared in his heart. Lankiros naturally discovered the Emperor's power in Jianchen's hand as well. However, when he saw what Jianchen was doing, he could not help but sneer coldly. Bang! Jianchen's hand finally struck the back of King's head heavily with the Emperor's power. It actually produced a heavy sound. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave of energy erupted like a flood, blowing Jianchen far away. Jianchen rapidly retreated. He only stabilized himself after flying several thousand meters. His right hand that had struck King's head began to tremble uncontrollably, and his face became extremely ugly. There was some disbelief. When he had struck Kaiser's head earlier, he felt like he had struck an extremely tough wall of steel. Not only did it fail to shatter Kaiser's head, as he had expected, but it did not even heavily injure him. The Emperor's power actually failed to pierce King's head. Instead, it exploded on King's scalp. King's head is just too tough, Jianchen thought. He could sense that the Emperor's power did not pose much of a threat to King at all. King's body was so tough that it had completely exceeded his expectations. I never thought that King's body would be so terrifying. He really is a race close to the dragon race after all. If it weren't for the fact that I'm skilled in the ability to affect the souls of people, I probably wouldn't have been King's opponent when I fought him. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires was secretly shocked as he watched from afar. Arg! Shameless Junior, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? I will tear you to pieces today, King roared furiously. Kaiser furiously roared at the sky. Although Jianchen's strand of Saint Emperor power did not pose any threat to him, it reduced him to a much worse shape. With his status and strength, he had been bullied to such a state by a human junior. How could the proud and lofty king accept this? This was because this was a great humiliation to him. Suddenly, King's gaze became extremely terrifying. The muscles on his face twisted, making him seem like a demon that had emerged from hell. Just a single glance was enough to make people tremble. King did his best to suppress the intense pain from his soul. He stared at Jianchen coldly, as if he wanted nothing more than to drink Jianchen's blood and eat Jianchen's flesh. King suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was before Jianchen. His hand had completely transformed into a dragon's claw, reaching for Jianchen's head without any mercy. At the same time, the space around Jianchen froze once more. His movements had been restricted by King's frozen space, so he could not use the Saint artifact to block. Jianchen's eyes rapidly narrowed. King's claw constantly enlarged in his eyes, but unfortunately, his body had been restrained and he had lost the ability to move. All he could do was watch as the claw drew closer and closer. In this moment of life and death, the space beside him suddenly ripped open. A shining holy sword with terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, shooting toward King's claw that was reaching for Jianchen's throat as a golden bolt of lightning. Clang! The shining holy sword collided with King's claw, immediately erupting with the earth-shaking sound of metal clashing. After the attack, the sacred sword bounced back, and the King's dragon claw was also deflected by the sword. There was a small wound on the dragon claw, and traces of red blood flowed out. It was the Holy Emperor's blood. Although it was only a sliver, it was extremely eye-catching. The terrifying energy within the blood could be clearly felt. King was immediately shocked by the wound on his claw. This was because his claw was the toughest part of his body. Even the Holy Emperor would not be able to damage it. A weapon with origin energy, the Holy Dragon's Sword. King looked at the holy sword wrapped in golden light as he growled. A space gate quickly took shape. The golden-armored Rui Jin and the fiery-robed Hong Lian stepped out of the space gate together. Rui Jin extended his hand, and the holy dragon's sword flew over as a streak of light. It obediently landed in Rui Jin's hand. Rui Jin stared at King emotionlessly as he gripped the holy dragon's sword. He growled, "I never thought I'd see a mutated earth dragon like you so soon. Do you really want to oppose me?" King glared at Rui Jin viciously. He gritted his teeth, "It's you again. You're the emperor of the dragon race, but there are no dragons in this era. I'd advise you not to oppose me, or I'll kill you as well." A mutated earth dragon. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Rui Jin growled. His face was extremely sunken. As the emperor of the dragon race, Rui Jin was extremely furious to be threatened by a mere mutated earth dragon. King stopped wasting his breath on Rui Jin. He turned to the Path Lord of Carnal Desires and called out, "Holy Emperor of the Humans, it's time for you to act." The light in the Path Lord's eyes flickered. He remained silent and took a step forward, instantly crossing over 10 kilometers to arrive before Rui Jin. Rui Jin's face sank when he saw that. He growled, "Holy Emperor of the Humans, I never thought you'd be working with this mutated earth dragon to harm a genius of your human race." Chapter 10-12. Rui Jin wielded the sacred sword of the dragons. As he swung his arm, the sacred dragon's sword immediately shone with golden light as it slashed toward the Path Lord with a shocking strand of sword chi. Boom! The sacred dragon's sword collided with the Path Lord's surging energy in the air, immediately erupting with a deafening rumble. Under the terrifying shock waves of energy, the mountains below collapsed one by one, reducing the entire Cross Mountains to a mess. A large number of weak magical beasts had died to the combined attacks of Rui Jin and the Path Lord. The frozen space around Jianchen shattered from the combined attacks of Rui Jin and the Path Lord. As soon as Jianchen recovered his ability to move, he was struck by the shock waves of energy. He was immediately blown away like a broken kite. "Let's fight in outer space, or this continent will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering," the Path Lord said emotionlessly. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires said emotionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took to the air and flew away. Rui Jin turned to Honglian and said sternly, "The Holy Emperor's path of emotions is a soul attack. It can affect the soul of a person without them noticing. You haven't completely refined the pearl that protects your soul, so I'll keep him busy. You have to stay behind and protect Jianchen." Honglian nodded sternly. Afterwards, white flames radiated from her body, enveloping her completely. Immediately, terrifying heat filled the surroundings, causing the temperature in the surroundings to skyrocket. Very soon, it reached an extremely terrifying level, as if the air was burning. Through the white flames, one could vaguely see that Honglien had already donned a feathery robe that was completely woven from feathers. This was the legacy treasure of the Divine Wind clan, the 9 refined Divine Fire robe. Coupled with the strengthening of the origin energy, the defensive power of the legacy treasure greatly increased, allowing it to block the attacks of the Holy Emperor without being destroyed. Honglien was only at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor. She could not even escape from the Holy Emperor with that kind of strength. However, if she used the 2 legacy treasures of the Divine Phoenix clan, she would be able to contend against the Holy Emperor. Origin energy. It's actually origin energy again. King stared at Honglien, who was enveloped in white flames, and said with a deep voice. Perhaps it was because he was doing his best to suppress the pain in his soul, but the muscles on his face constantly trembled, making him seem extremely vicious. King's eyes flickered as he looked at Honglien, and he said in a deep voice, "Little Phoenix, seeing that you are a member of the Beast clan, I will not make things difficult for you. It's best if you don't interfere with my actions." After saying that, King turned into a bolt of lightning and flew past Honglien, directly chasing after Jianchen. However, just as King passed by Honglien, the white flames around Honglien suddenly began to surge violently. In an instant, they condensed into a huge white phoenix and swallowed King's body. "Little Phoenix, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite." Tyrant Dragon Fist. King's furious roar came from the belly of the phoenix formed from white flames. With a loud boom, the phoenix formed from white flames was shattered by King's punch. The phoenix immediately disintegrated, turning into flames that floated in the void. The terrifying heat caused the space to distort. Honglien hovered in the air sternly in her robes of 9 refined god flames. Her fire-red hair danced wildly in the wind. Suddenly, she spread her arms and called out, "Purifying flames of white blaze, return." The white flames that King had scattered seemed to be guided by a mysterious power, gathering towards Honglien from all directions. "Sky-scorching flames, inferno, inferno!" Honglien called out. The white flames that had gathered around her began to rapidly compress, turning into a fist-sized sphere very soon. Afterwards, the sphere exploded, turning into flames that rapidly expanded in all directions. In the end, it formed a 10-kilometer-wide fireball that enveloped King. White flames roared within the fireball, making it seem like a sea of fire. The temperature was so great that it could incinerate everything. King stood in the sea of fire. He was surrounded by a powerful barrier of energy that blocked the flames. Although the white flames were terrifying, they clearly posed no threat to King, who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor. Honglien also appeared in the sea of fire. Her red wings were particularly eye-catching in this space filled with white flames. "Little Phoenix, you're not my opponent. If you know what's good for you, back off quickly," King coldly said. He stared at Honglien coldly. Honglien was protected by the robes of origin energy, so it was impossible for him to reach her. As a result, King did not want to continue fighting with Honglien. "Although the Inferno is no threat to you, it will constantly drain away your energy," Honglien said calmly. She slowly raised her hand and a fiery red hairpin gradually appeared. Immediately, a mysterious and powerful energy radiated from the hairpin. "It's origin energy again. God damn it, how do you have so much origin energy on you?" King's face changed slightly. Swish. With a piercing sound, the hairpin in Honglien's hand turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting toward King with lightning speed. King bellowed out. His right hand turned into a powerful dragon claw in a single instance. He swung it at the incoming hairpin. Ding! With the sound of metal clashing, the hairpin was knocked away by King's claw. However, King's claw remained intact. King's eyes immediately lit up. He thought, this weapon with origin energy is nowhere near as powerful as the sacred dragon sword. A sliver of excitement appeared in King's heart. His fear for Honglian had decreased by a lot, so he immediately charged at Honglian. His right hand that had turned into a dragon claw reached for Honglian with lightning speed. Honglian was a holy emperor at the great perfection of holy emperor. She was unable to dodge the attack of a holy emperor, so King's Claw viciously struck the 9 refined Godfire robes on her chest. The 9 refined Godfire feather raiment was undamaged, but a powerful force pierced through the 9 refined Godfire feather raiment and struck Hong Lian. Spurt! Hong Lian's face paled, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body was sent flying. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that your treasure would be nowhere near as tough as the other two. I'd like to see how you deal with me now, King laughed aloud. Chapter 1013. Honglian clenched her teeth when she heard Kaiser's arrogant words. Determination filled her eyes. Although she did not know Jianchen, she had to protect Jianchen no matter what to reunite with her clansmen who had disappeared for so long. Even if she ended up heavily injured, she would not hesitate to do so. The scorching Godfire heavenly hairpin that had been sent flying flew back into Hong Lian's hand under the control of her mind. Hong Lian's hands constantly changed in front of her chest, forming a series of complicated hand seals. At the same time, she called out, "Flying Flame Meteor." As Hong Lian spat out those words, the scorching Godfire heavenly hairpin in front of her suddenly erupted with flames. The hairpin that was only the size of a palm began to expand at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge hairpin that was 10 meters long. The flames burned on the surface. Swish! With an ear-piercing sound, the 10-meter-long blazing divine fire hairpin turned into a streak of red light and shot towards the king with terrifying energy fluctuations. Its speed was inconceivable. "Little Phoenix, you're not my opponent. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness," Kaiser called out. He suddenly struck out with his right arm that had turned into a dragon's claw, sending the hairpin flying again. Afterwards, he ignored Honglian and immediately chased after Jianchen. Jianchen had already vanished from Kaiser's sight. He had left the Cross Mountains and was rapidly approaching Mercenary City. Even so, Kaiser could still clearly sense Jianchen's exact location. He thought, "I can't let Jianchen go to Mercenary City no matter what, or it'll be troublesome. Your opponent is me. If you want to deal with Jianchen, you have to get through me first." Honglian's cold voice rang out. She controlled the hairpin to constantly attack Kaiser, obstructing his path. Although the hairpin possessed origin energy, Honglian had not completely refined it, so she was unable to unleash its full power. As a result, she was unable to pose much of a threat to Kaiser. All she could do was stall him, preventing him from dealing with Jianchen. Kaiser became filled with killing intent after being obstructed by Honglian time and time again. He roared out, "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll obliterate you first." Kaiser's dragon claw was wrapped in tremendous energy. He directly sent the hairpin flying with a single strike. With a slight sway of his body, he instantly crossed several thousand meters and arrived before Honglian. He viciously slashed at Honglian's chest. Squeak! The sharp claw rubbed against Honglian's 9 refined Godfire feather raiment, producing an ear-piercing screech. Although Kaiser's attack was unable to destroy the 9 refined Godfire feather raiment, the feather raiment that Honglian had not completely refined was unable to block the attack. Immediately, a force pierced through the 9 refined Godfire feather raiment and struck Honglian. Spurt! Honglian vomited another mouthful of blood. The roaring flames around Honglian dispersed from Kaiser's attack. Killing intent filled Kaiser's eyes. He caught up to Honglian in a single instance and clenched his claw into a fist. He bellowed out, "Tyrant Dragon's Fist!" Bang! King's Punch, which contained the power to destroy the sky and earth, struck Red Lotus, causing her to spit out blood. Her face was pale, and the 9 refined godly fire feather armor she wore almost fell off. Tyrant Dragon's Fist! Tyrant Dragon's Fist! The Tyrant Dragon's Fist. Afterwards, Kaiser constantly attacked Honglian. He used the tyrant dragon's fist 8 times in a row on Honglian. The powerful force caused the sky to tremble. After enduring King's storm-like attacks, Red Lotus's aura immediately became extremely weak. At this moment, her eyes were tightly shut, and she was on the verge of death. However, at this moment, scarlet flames erupted from Honglian's body. They engulfed Honglian and set her ablaze. A clear cry of a phoenix rang out from within the crimson flames. The crimson flames churned unceasingly before transforming into a divine phoenix that let out a long cry towards the heavens. It was extraordinarily mighty. This is the innate ability of the divine phoenix clan, rebirth from flames. Kaiser's face immediately became ugly when he saw this. The main reason he didn't want to fight with Honglian was because the members of the Divine Phoenix clan had the innate ability to rise from the ashes. They could rise from the ashes immediately after death and return to their peak state. They were extremely difficult to kill and were almost immortal. The scarlet flames quickly dissipated, revealing Honglian's tall and slender figure. She gave off a vast and surging aura that was even stronger than before. After the rebirth, Honglian's wounds had completely healed. She had returned to her peak condition, and her strength had increased by a lot. The Divine Phoenix clan's rebirth from fire ability could be used 9 times in a row. After each rebirth from fire ability, their strength would increase by a few times. When they experienced the 9th rebirth from fire ability, their strength would increase by several times. However, this increase was only temporary and would not allow him to obtain this power forever. "You can't kill me," Honglian stared at Kaiser emotionlessly as she spoke extremely calmly. A vicious light constantly flickered through Kaiser's eyes. He snorted coldly, "If you were a rank 9 Phoenix, even if you've only just reached rank 9, I wouldn't be your opponent with the ability. It's a pity that you're still at rank 8. Even if you've been reborn 9 times, you still won't be my opponent." With that, Kaiser charged towards Honglian. He struck out with his full strength, heavily injuring Honglian again and forcing her to undergo a second rebirth. "I'll kill you every time you're reborn," Kaiser said through gritted teeth. With the Holy Emperor's strength, he was able to kill Honglian in one go. Honglian's gaze remained calm. Every time she was reborn from the ashes, her strength would increase slightly. Very soon, she was about to undergo her 3rd rebirth from the ashes. Noticing Honglian's calm gaze, King suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought, "It's rumored that the Divine Phoenix clan's rebirth from the ashes can be used 9 times in a row. Then after 9 times, will they die or? I can't keep tangling with her." The light in Kaiser's eyes flickered, and he quickly made up his mind. He struck out with his full strength several times in a row, heavily injuring Honglian after the 3rd rebirth. Afterwards, he no longer remained. He merged with space and turned into a blur as he pursued in the direction that Jianchen had disappeared in. He vanished in a single moment. Red Lotus was still in the process of being reborn from the fire for the 4th time. She could not stop King, and when she was reborn, King had already disappeared from her sight. Honglian's face changed slightly. Without any hesitation, she immediately turned into a red streak of light and chased after Kaiser. Jianchen was now with Houston, hurrying along with him. Houston was a holy emperor at great perfection, only a step away from the Holy Emperor. His comprehension of space was not something that Jianchen could match, so he moved extremely quickly. In just a short amount of time, Houston had traveled several tens of thousand kilometers with Jianchen. They were getting closer and closer to Mercenary City. "Jianchen, you can't escape!" Kaiser's furious roar rang out from behind. He was several times faster than Houston. "Oh no!" Houston's face changed slightly. Darkness attributed Saint Force radiated from his body, and his speed immediately skyrocketed. He had already used a secret technique to hurry along. However, he was still not faster than Kaiser. Kaiser caught up very quickly and stabbed his claw at Jianchen's back. However, at this moment, a white streak of light shot over with unbelievable speed. It directly shot past Jianchen and struck Kaiser's claw with great precision. Arg! Immediately, Kaiser produced a miserable cry. His claw that could fend off the sacred dragon's sword seemed as fragile as tofu before the white streak of light. A hole was punched through it without any effort. Chapter 10:14. Origin Energy. It's actually origin energy. This is strength that surpasses the holy emperor's. King was terrified. In front of this seemingly insignificant white light, for the first time, he felt that his life was being threatened. Kaiser could no longer pay attention to Jianchen. He even seemed to have forgotten about the intense pain in his arm. He stared in the direction of the white light sternly as his eyes were filled with fear. Although his strength was among the upper echelons of the holy emperors, Kaiser knew extremely well that he was as weak as a child before someone who had surpassed the holy emperor. This was because those who had surpassed the holy emperor were experts in a completely different domain. The power they used was not the saint force that regular experts used. Instead, it was origin energy that was on a higher level. I wonder which powerhouse is behind this. Can you show yourself? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wang Xian vigilantly scanned the surroundings and asked in a deep voice. At the same time, ink-black dragon scales appeared on his body, enveloping him completely. Even Kaiser's body began to swell at a visible rate. Very soon, he had become a 10-meter-tall monster. Although he still had a human head, his 4 limbs had become sharp claws. 13 sharp spikes had sprouted from his back as well. Each spike was several meters long and flickered with cold light. Kaiser had transformed into his half-human, half-dragon form. This was his most powerful battle form. Jianchen and Houston had forgotten to run as well. They hovered in the air in shock as the words Kaiser had just said constantly echoed through their minds. Their hearts churned as they struggled to remain calm. "Baddie, you're a baddie. You bullied Shaoling's big brother and even beat him up like this. Shaoling will definitely teach you a lesson for big brother." At this moment, a young girl's voice suddenly rang out. A girl who seemed to be around 11 or 12 silently appeared beside Jianchen. She stared furiously at the half-human, half-dragon Kaiser. Shaoling did not hide herself this time, so Kaiser and Houston immediately discovered her as soon as she appeared. However, when they discovered that it was such a young girl, they both became stunned, but they returned to their senses very quickly. Their hearts were immediately filled with deep shock and disbelief, because they had failed to discover when Shaoling had appeared with their strength. "Shaoling, it's you. You've actually left Mercenary City." Jianchen stared at Shaoling in surprise. His mind raced, and he immediately understood that the expert who had surpassed the holy emperor who had injured Kaiser before was Shaoling. When she heard Jianchen's voice, the anger on Shaoling's face immediately vanished. She looked at Jianchen in concern and said, "Big brother, Shaoling can't just watch this baddie bully you. If Shaoling doesn't do anything, this baddie will beat big brother to death." Although Master forbade Shaoling from leaving Mercenary City back then, in order to save Big Brother, Master Shaoling won't care even if it's in the future. Kaiser heard everything Shaoling had said, and a gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. He stared at Shaoling in surprise and doubt as he cried out, "Are you the barrier spirit that protects Mercenary City? I never thought that the barrier spirit of Mercenary City can actually leave the protective barrier. It looks like the rumors aren't completely true." Houston also sighed in amazement as he stared at Shaoling in a daze. In reality, Shaoling was a spirit nurtured from the essence of the earth. She was not a so-called barrier spirit. She could only freely control the power of the protective barrier of Mercenary City. In the past, Shaoling had been given the mission of guarding the seal beneath Mercenary City by the city master Mo Tianyun. As a result, Shaoling had never left Mercenary City all these years, which was why people mistakenly believed that she was a spirit born from the barrier. She was connected to the barrier and could never leave Mercenary City. Xiao Ling's expression changed when she heard Kaiser's voice. She stared at Kaiser viciously with her innocent eyes and said angrily, "You baddie! You bullied Big Brother just then. Xiao Ling will teach you a lesson in Big Brother's place." As she said that, Xiao Ling casually waved her hand. A streak of white light suddenly appeared and shot toward Kaiser with lightning speed. This was origin energy that only experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor could control. The origin energy from Xiao Ling's hand did not create any earth-shaking disturbances, nor did it give off any terrifying ripples of energy. There was only a mysterious and profound presence. Origin energy was a completely new power. It had completely exceeded the knowledge of the people of the Tian-Yuan continent. Its power and terror could not be sensed from its appearance. Although Xiao Ling had only casually waved her hand, Kaiser felt like he could not dodge it. He forcefully endured the attack of the origin energy. King's powerful physical defense was as weak as tofu in front of the origin energy. Wherever he was injured by the origin energy, the scales there shattered and turned into a pile of dust. His flesh was badly mangled. Arg! Kaiser produced a painful cry. The injuries from the origin energy were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Even someone as powerful as the Holy Emperor could not endure the excruciating pain. Is this the power of the origin? Jianchen felt a deep sense of curiosity as he stared at the streak of white light that had struck Kaiser. He could clearly sense the mysterious and profound presence from the origin energy. The origin energy from Xiao Ling is clearly different from the origin energy on Ruijin and the others. I feel like the origin energy from Xiao Ling is the purest, without any impurities, while the origin energy on Ruijin and the others' weapons possesses a powerful energy that belongs to this world, Jianchen thought. Origin energy. This is origin energy. What pure origin energy! Chapter 10:15. The half-human, half-dragon king clutched his wounds painfully. He could feel his flesh vanish at a visible rate from where the origin energy had struck him, causing his wounds to rapidly expand. The excruciating pain ravaged his nerves time and time again, causing his facial muscles to constantly twitch. Although the origin energy seemed simple and unadorned and did not possess any earth-shaking might, it was undeniably powerful and terrifying. It was not something a body of flesh and blood could resist. Once struck by origin energy, it would be so great that it could corrode everything in the world, reducing them to dust. Jianchen and Houston both stared at the rapidly expanding wounds in a daze. Their hearts churned as they were shocked by the strength of the origin energy. They had never thought that a powerful Holy Emperor would be so fragile before it. Arg! Suddenly, a furious roar was emitted from King's mouth. Immediately, a vast and surging energy surged out from King's body like a flood. At this moment, King had already used all the power within him to stop the remaining origin energy in his body. He wanted to wear it away. When a Saint Emperor erupted with all his strength, the disturbance was without a doubt earth-shaking. The space in a radius of several hundred kilometers constantly distorted before the supreme power. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared everywhere while the ground where Kaiser stood rapidly sank. It had been forcefully pushed down by the powerful energy. The sky darkened. Even the world paled in comparison to King's power. The energy of the world and the formless world force in a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers was affected as well. They lost their usual docility and became violent. The supreme experts of the 10 protector clans hidden in various regions of the Tian-Yuan continent all emerged from seclusion and returned to the Tian-Yuan continent. They all sternly stared at King's location. In Changyang Prefecture, the most senior member of the Zhu branch, Changyang Zhu Shao, stared into the distance with glowing eyes. He said with a deep voice, "Only a holy emperor can erupt with such a great disturbance. The Holy Emperor of the Beast God continent has actually come to our Tian-Yuan continent again." The Holy Emperor has already become an invincible existence in the world. Even across the Beast God continent and Arteon Yuan continent, there are only 4 Holy Emperors, yet the Holy Emperor of the magical beasts is clearly using his full strength. Strange, just who is powerful enough to force the Holy Emperor into such a state? A great elder beside Chongyang Zhu Shao said in thought. His face was filled with shock. The Holy Emperor of the magical beasts has definitely come for the winged tiger. The winged tiger is with Jianshan, and there are 2 experts with origin energy weapons protecting Jianshan. Is the Holy Emperor fighting with the 2 of them? It doesn't matter. Since they're fighting on Arteon Yuan continent, we can't just sit by and watch. Let's go take a look first, Chongyang Qingyun said with a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, the space in front of him immediately ripped open. He wanted to create a space gate. However, the ripped space violently trembled before slowly closing up. The space gate did not form. Chongyang Qingyun frowned. They're fighting too intensely. They've affected the balance of space, so I can't create a space gate. Since we can't create a space gate, let's set it several tens of thousand kilometers away from them and fly over, a great elder suggested. Afterward, the great elders of the Chongyang prefecture all left through space gate. They arrived several tens of thousand kilometers away from Jianshan and flew over. At the same time, the ancestors of the other 9 protector clans and a few ancient clans, as well as the Holy Emperor experts of the various organizations, all hurried in the direction of the battle. Kaiser used all the energy in his body to fend off the origin energy, but he was still unable to stop it from destroying his body. In the end, he had to wait until the origin energy ran out before he could stop his wounds from worsening. At that moment, King was drenched in sweat, battered and exhausted. He was no longer as elegant as he used to be. On his nearly 10-meter-tall dragon body, there was an eye-catching, half-meter-wide hole that was so terrifying. 4 tremendous presences flew over with lightning speed from afar. Blackfish, Ruijin, Honglian, and Lankiros hurried over from behind. Lankiros stood beside Kaiser while Blackfish, Ruijin, and Honglian immediately stood in front of Jianshan. They all stared at the half-meter-wide hole in Kaiser's body in shock. I felt a pure presence of origin energy earlier. Kaiser, who injured you like this? Lankiros asked with a heavy voice. Kaiser stared at Xiaoling in fright and said, It's that girl. I never thought she would be the barrier spirit of Mercenary City. What? She's the spirit of Mercenary City's protective barrier? Lankiros was astounded. He could not help but cry out before immediately looking at Xiaoling. When the Tiger Emperor Wukenli's saw Spirity's appearance as a 12 or 13-year-old little girl, he was immediately surprised. He had only seen the barrier spirit of Mercenary City in the ancient records in the Beast God Hall. It had been left behind by the ancestors of the magical beast. This was the first time he had seen the barrier spirit in person. However, he had never thought that the barrier spirit of Mercenary City would only be a 12-year-old girl. Didn't the ancient records say that the barrier spirit of Mercenary City is unable to leave Mercenary City? However, why has she left Mercenary City? Lankiros cried out softly. He was filled with doubt. Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian also stared at Xiaoling. As soon as they thought about how the pure origin energy had come from the girl before them, the 3 of them became shocked. This was because they knew extremely well that only supreme experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor could grasp origin energy. However, the girl before them, who only seemed to be 12 or 13, was actually an existence that had surpassed the Holy Emperor. Xiaoling ignored everyone's shocked gazes. She stared at Lankiros and Kaiser furiously and said, You're all bullying Big Brother. You're all bad people. Xiaoling will definitely teach you a lesson and vent for Big Brother. With that, Xiaoling swung her arm again and sent 2 strands of origin energy at the 2 of them. The 2 Holy Emperors' faces suddenly changed when they saw the origin energy that did not cause any disturbance. However, the two of them actually felt like they could not dodge the origin energy at the same time. It was as if the origin energy had locked onto their presences. No matter how they dodged, they would not be able to avoid being hit. Since we can't dodge, we can only fight to the death. Lankiros and Kaiser thought. They gritted their teeth and bellowed out at the same time. Terrifying ripples of energy surged out from their bodies as they used all their strength to block the incoming origin energy. The origin energy was not something that the Holy Emperor could withstand. It passed through their attacks like a hot knife through butter and directly pierced their bodies. Arg! Tiger Emperor and King immediately let out miserable cries. The wounds on their bodies that had been pierced by origin energy were rapidly expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. Their flesh was disappearing bit by bit. Xiao Ling suddenly looked into the distance and said angrily, do you think that Xiao Ling won't be able to see you if you hide? You're even worse than the two of them. You actually worked with them to bully Big Brother. This time, Xiao Ling will teach you a harsh lesson. I won't let it go as easily as before. As soon as she finished speaking, another burst of essence energy shot out from Little Ling's hand toward the empty space like a bolt of lightning. Arg! Immediately, another miserable cry rang out. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires suddenly appeared, and a fist-sized hole had appeared in his chest. His entire chest had been pierced, and the wound was still expanding. As long as I don't harm your souls, you won't die. Once Xiao Ling teaches you a harsh lesson, I'll capture you and hand you over to Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely be very happy, said Xiao Ling. Afterwards, she sent out another 3 strands of origin energy towards the 3 Holy Emperor, adding another hole to their bodies. Run! Lankiros endured the pain and roared at Kaiser. Immediately, a bloody mist surged out of his body. By the time the mist dispersed, Lankiros was nowhere to be seen. Kaiser and the Path Lord of Carnal Desires both used secret techniques to escape when they saw that Lankiros had fled. After paying quite a heavy price, the two of them vanished in a single instance. Xiao Ling put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "With me, Xiao Ling, here, it's useless no matter where you run. Just watch how Xiao Ling captures you 3 baddies." Just when Xiao Ling was about to do something, Mercenary City, which was several tens of thousands of kilometers away, began to tremble violently. The entire city shook violently as if it was experiencing an earthquake. Thick cracks appeared on the ground of Mercenary City. Xiao Ling's innocent face suddenly changed. She cried out, "Oh no, there's an extremely terrifying expert attacking the seal right now." Xiao Ling no longer cared about the 3 fleeing people. Before she had even finished speaking, she had vanished. When she reappeared, she was already deep beneath Mercenary City. A huge seal was hidden deep beneath Mercenary City. Extremely few people knew about its existence. Throughout history, only Xiao Ling knew about it apart from the greatest human expert, Mo Tianyun, who had cast down the seal. Chapter 10:16. The seal that blocked the entrance to the Tianyuan continent was extremely unique. It was composed of white strands of light that were as thick as an arm. The strands of light crisscrossed together, forming a spider's web that lay in the depths of the ground. It radiated with a profound presence. This seal was actually constructed entirely from the power of the source origin. Below the seal was a huge, pitch-black hole. The hole was several thousand meters wide, and it was pitch-black inside. Nothing could be seen, as if it was a door to hell. It gave off an eerie feeling, enough to make people's hairs stand on end. At this moment, the space within a dark cave began to distort intensely. Immediately, an incomparably powerful sword chi broke through the layers of darkness and appeared. It struck the seal with lightning-like speed. Boom! With a great boom, the huge sword chi struck the seal, immediately causing it to tremble violently. Powerful pulses of energy constantly shook the ground, affecting even Mercenary City above. The entire city shook violently, shocking countless people in the city. This extremely powerful sword chi was filled with pure origin energy. When it collided with the seal, it did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it charged forward like a bull against the cobweb-like seal, causing the seal to form a conical shape. Woo! The seal that Master cast down on the other side has already been destroyed. Only this seal remains. Woo! It's all Shaoling's fault. It's all Shaoling's fault for not following Master's orders to leave Mercenary City. Otherwise, the seal wouldn't have been destroyed. Spirity wept as she appeared in front of the hammer-shaped cover. Her current expression was like that of a child who had done something wrong, filled with worry, fear, and deep regret. The seal on the other side has already been destroyed. This seal can't be destroyed, or the city that Master created after so much effort will be gone. If the city is gone, Master will definitely be very angry. Shaoling muttered to herself in a sobbing voice. Soon after, she gently pressed her palms against the seal. At that moment, the tremendous energy gathered beneath Mercenary City began to surge rapidly. It surged towards the seal like a vicious tide, where it was completely absorbed by the seal in the end. After absorbing so much energy, the seal immediately began to shine with a dazzling white light. The seal's power was rapidly increasing. Break! At the same time, an indistinct voice rang out from the pitch-black hole below the seal. It was impossible to tell whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman. The voice seemed to possess endless magic, constantly reverberating through the depths of the ground. The extremely powerful strand of sword chi that was locked in a stalemate with the seal immediately erupted with dazzling white light. Strands of sword chi that caused the world to tremble erupted, slamming against the seal with even more ferocity than before. They actually ended up in a stalemate with the support of the seal's reinforcements. Oh, this person is so powerful! Shaoling could not help but sigh in amazement. A sliver of worry appeared on her face. Afterward, strands of pure origin energy surged out from Shaoling's body, pouring into the seal to fend off the terrifying strand of sword chi. After receiving the support of Shaoling's essence power, the sword chi that had been fighting equally with the seal was finally suppressed and it began to slowly retreat. Seal breaker! The indistinct voice rang out from the pitch-black hole once again. A 4-foot-long sword shot out from the darkness with an earth-shaking might, heading toward the web-like seal with lightning speed. When the divine sword and the seal collided, there was no violent explosion as expected. It gave people the illusion that the thunderous sound was loud but the raindrops were small. It was as if this earth-shattering sword was just a facade. However, in the next moment, the dazzling light of the seal began to rapidly dim. The final layer of defense that blocked the entrance to the world of Forsaken Saints actually showed signs of shattering. Oh no, what is this strange power? It's actually able to destroy Master's seal. Jianchun cried out in surprise. Shaoling cried out. Her childish face immediately became nervous. Soon after, even more surging origin energy was poured into the seal, causing it to rapidly strengthen. At the same time, the tremendous amount of energy that had accumulated in the depths of Mercenary City surged into the seal at an even faster rate. Shaoling had saved up all this energy over many years. It was used to maintain the seal on a daily basis. Now that the situation was dangerous, Shaoling no longer cared about the consumption of the energy. The seal finally stabilized under Shaoling's efforts. It began to use its full strength to fend off the mysterious expert hidden in the black hole. After the sword chi and the divine sword were in a deadlock with the seal for a while, the sword chi finally dissipated due to the exhaustion of its energy. Soon after, the 4-feet-long divine sword also let out a clear sword cry. The head of the sword turned and turned into an afterimage as it flew into the black hole like lightning and disappeared. Shaoling immediately let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that the expert from the world of Forsaken Saints had finally given up on destroying the seal. Some exhaustion appeared on her face. She had only maintained the seal for less than 10 minutes, but to Shaoling, it was like she had fought an expert of the same level for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao Ling patted her chest as she stared at the black hole with lingering fear. She murmured, "How terrifying! How powerful! Those two attacks must have come from the same person. If I hadn't made it back in time, the seal that Master set up back then probably wouldn't have been able to withstand a single attack from that person." Suddenly, the space within the black hole distorted. Faintly, one could see a figure hiding in the darkness. That blurry figure carried an aura of disdain for the world. Although Xiao Ling possessed great strength, she was still a child at the end of the day. She immediately covered her mouth when she saw this and could not help but take a few steps back. Fear filled her face. This seal can't stop me. Once my seal-breaking technique is perfected, the seal will be destroyed. That day is not far away, a voice said from the black hole. An ethereal voice came out of the black figure's mouth. Although the voice was calm and indifferent, it was filled with strong confidence. After saying that, the black figure slowly vanished. The depths of Mercenary City returned to its peaceful state. Xiao Ling stared blankly at the pitch-black hole before her. It seemed like the gate to hell. A while later, she suddenly began to sob. Sob, 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 sob. "Master, where are you? Please come back quickly. Xiao Ling is so scared." In the North Pole, covered in ice and snow, a majestic, snow-white temple stood quietly. Inside the temple, in a secret room filled with cold air, a person covered in silver-white armor was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. Only a pair of closed eyes were exposed to the outside. At this moment, the tightly shut eyes of the person wearing the silver-white armor slowly opened. Immediately, a cold and indifferent female voice that was filled with surprise reverberated within the quiet secret room. "What an astonishing prodigy! Not only have you reached such a high level of cultivation as an ordinary person in 800 years, but you've even created your own seal-breaking technique, which is a special battle skill for breaking seals. Looks like you'll be able to destroy the seal on the Tianyuan continent before long. I've observed you for 800 years. I wonder just what you'll achieve in the future. I really look forward to it." Sigh, what a group of pitiful people. Jianchen, Houston, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian still remained on the Tianyuan continent. They remained where they were, unable to calm themselves down. The three Holy Emperor experts had actually been forced to use a secret technique to flee by Xiao Ling so easily. This was the first time they had seen someone with strength that surpassed the Holy Emperor. They felt extremely shocked. "I never thought that in this world without origin energy, there would actually be existences that surpass the Holy Emperor," Ruijin sighed emotionally after a long while. Although he and Blackfish had already known about the existence of the barrier spirit when they first set foot in Mercenary City with Jianchen, the two of them had always believed that the barrier spirit only possessed the strength of the Holy Emperor at most. They had never thought that the barrier spirit of Mercenary City would actually be an existence that surpassed the Holy Emperor. To the two of them, those who had surpassed Saint Emperor were already invincible. Even in ancient times, there had only been 4 people who had surpassed Saint Emperor. The pale-faced Houston remained silent as he hovered beside Jianchen. However, Xiao Ling constantly referred to Jianchen as Big Brother. His heart churned. He had never thought that Jianchen would have such a close relationship with the barrier spirit of Mercenary City. It was an existence that had surpassed the Holy Emperor. Jianchen calmed down very soon. He looked in the direction of Mercenary City and said, "Xiao Ling originally wanted to capture the Path Lord of Carnal Desires, the Tiger Emperor and Kaiser, but she left in a hurry at the crucial moment. Has something happened in Mercenary City?" Ruijin thought about it for a while with that and said, "Why don't we go to Mercenary City and have a look?" However, after what the Earth Dragon did, violent streams of energy are everywhere. The space here still hasn't stabilized, so it's impossible to create a space gate. Let's fly over. Afterward, Ruijin directly took off with Jianchen. They flew toward Mercenary City with Honglian, Blackfish, and Houston. Soon after they left, The experts of the Protector clans and the Holy Emperor, who had hurried over from all over the continent, all arrived at the place where Xiao Ling had fought the three Holy Emperor. However, all they discovered was a mess. I can sense the existence of a mysterious power here. It seems to be extremely similar to the origin energy on the weapons of the two magical beasts, Changyang Qing Yun said with a heavy voice. Something's not right. I can clearly sense that the remnant origin energy here is much purer than the origin energy on the weapons of the two magical beasts, Qing Chen calmly said. The pavilion master of the Pure Heart Pavilion, Wuchen Zi, said calmly. However, a gleam of light flickered in her eyes. She looked in the direction of Mercenary City and said, "They're already heading towards Mercenary City. Why don't we follow them and take a look?" Afterward, the Protector clans and the Holy Emperor continued to fly toward Mercenary City. Mercenary City was currently in an uproar. The violent tremors of Mercenary City earlier had alarmed everyone in the city. The streets and alleys were now filled with people. Everyone was pointing at the dense cracks on the ground, and the clamorous sounds of discussion could be heard without end. All the people who had been to Mercenary City knew about the existence of a protective force. The ground was countless times tougher than steel. Even saint rulers would not be able to leave behind a single mark on it with their full strength. However, at this moment, such a sturdy ground actually cracked open with so many thick cracks. This made everyone feel disbelief. Chapter 10:17. The people hovering in the air above the city were all the upper echelon of the city. They were all elders, and the weakest among them was a saint ruler. First Elder, what's going on here? Our mercenary city is protected by the barrier. It's indestructible, so why has it become like this? Could it be that the barrier protecting my mercenary city has already disappeared? The upper echelon of Mercenary City all discussed as they stared at the thick cracks that covered the city below. They were all filled with doubt and curiosity about the changes to the city, as well as some unknown fear and panic. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City stared at the thick cracks that covered the streets sternly. He was also at a loss. He had no idea what had happened to the city and why this had happened. Suddenly, Tianjian seemed to realize something. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes as he thought, "Has something happened to the barrier spirit?" Tianjian's face immediately became rather sunken as soon as he thought of this possibility. The barrier spirit had been left behind by Mo Tianyun in the past, so its existence was extremely important to Mercenary City. It was the true protector of Mercenary City. If something really happened to the barrier spirit, it would be an extremely heavy blow to Mercenary City. It's a pity that I can't communicate with the barrier spirit, so I have no idea what has happened to Mercenary City. It would be great if Jianchen was here. However, a great battle has just erupted in the direction of the Cross Mountains. The Holy Emperor of the Magical Beasts has taken part, so it looks like the two magical beasts beside Jianchen have clashed with the Holy Emperor of the Beast God continent again. If that's really the case, Jianchen should be nearby as well, Tianjian thought. When he sensed the battle in the Cross Mountains before, he wanted to go and take a look, but he could not do anything about the sudden upheaval in Mercenary City, forcing him to stay behind. At this moment, a few tremendous presences appeared outside Mercenary City. They flew in the direction of the city with lightning speed. Tianjian's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the presences. He could not help but smile. Jianchen sure has come at the right time. I just happened to need him to communicate with the barrier spirit and see what has happened to Mercenary City. Jianchen, Houston, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian flew over from afar. Their gazes became rather mixed when they saw the huge barrier above Mercenary City. Houston, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian all showed a sliver of respect. This was respect for the strong. This was because they all knew that the girl who had surpassed the Holy Emperor was the spirit of the barrier up ahead. Jianchen did not go into detail about Xiao Ling's true identity. In his opinion, It did not matter whether Shaoling was the essence of the earth or the barrier spirit. Mercenary City is in a state of panic right now. It seems like something big has really happened here. Jianshan discovered the abnormalities of Mercenary City from afar, and a sliver of worry immediately appeared on his face. Very soon, Jianshan's group gathered with the elders of Mercenary City. They exchanged some pleasantries before getting to the main topic. Senior Tianjian, may I ask what has happened to Mercenary City? Why has it become like this? Jianshan looked at the panicked Mercenary City and asked with a heavy voice. We don't know what has happened either. If we want to know, we can only ask the barrier spirit. Jianshan, you have a close relationship with the barrier spirit of our Mercenary City. I hope you can communicate with the barrier spirit and ask what has happened to our Mercenary City, Tianjian said sternly. I'll try, Jianshan replied. However, he felt a sliver of uneasiness for some reason because he thought of some secret matters that Mo Tianyun had told him in the past. Afterwards, Jianshan gently called out Shaoling's name a few times, but he received no response this time. Jianshan became even more solemn. Now, he was more and more certain that his guess was probably correct. Something had happened to Mercenary City for no reason, coupled with Shaoling's loss of composure earlier, which made him think of the seal below Mercenary City. Something had probably happened. Senior Tianjian, there's nothing I can do this time. Jianshan was rather dejected. His face was filled with worry. He also felt deeply worried for Shaoling's safety. Sigh. Tianjian let out a long sigh. He raised his head to look at the huge barrier that still existed in the sky, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Mercenary City had gone through countless years of ups and downs since it had been founded, but nothing like what had happened today had ever happened. The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered. He hesitated over whether he should tell Tianjian and the others about the seal so that they could be prepared. At this moment, an invisible force suddenly appeared around Jianshan. Before Jianshan could react, it directly bound Jianshan tightly and dragged him to the ground with lightning speed. Jianshan! Ruijin cried out. He immediately chased after Jianshan as a blur in an attempt to pull him back. However, Jianshan fell extremely quickly. Even with Ruijin's strength, he was unable to save him in time. In an instant, Jianshan was dragged to the ground by the invisible force. Afterward, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he directly burrowed into the ground and vanished. He did not leave a single trace on the ground. Ruijin, Blackfish, Honglian, and Houston's faces all changed when they saw this. They looked at each other before descending to the ground at the same time. They wanted to blast open the ground and rescue Jianshan. Please wait. Tianjian stopped Ruijin and the others. He said, There's no need to worry. My Mercenary City is protected by the barrier spirit, so it's impossible for outsiders to harm Jianshan here. Jianshan's relationship with the barrier spirit is quite deep, so I'm guessing that it's very likely that the barrier spirit has taken Jianshan underground. With that, Ruijin, Blackfish, Honglian, and Houston immediately calmed down. They hovered in the air again and waited for Jianshan to emerge. Jianshan was constantly dragged down by a mysterious force. All the soil he encountered along the way was pushed to the sides, preventing any dirt from staining Jianshan's body. Jianshan had already experienced this once. He knew that this was Shaoling's doing, so he remained very calm. He allowed the force to envelop his body and did not resist. Very soon, Jianshan arrived at the depths of the ground. All he could see was darkness. It was so dark that he could not even see his own fingers. Even with Jianshan's eyesight, he could not see anything clearly. Jianshan subconsciously extended his divine sense. However, even with his powerful divine sense, he could only extend it to a distance of less than a kilometer. There was a mysterious force suppressing the power of his divine sense. However, with his divine sense, Jianshan knew that he was currently in a huge space deep underground. The energy here is a lot thinner than the last time I was here. Jianshan was secretly surprised. He could still clearly remember that when Xiao Ling had brought him here last time, the energy here was so dense that it had almost turned into liquid. Only a few years had passed since then, and the energy had become so thin. The rate of depletion had reached an astonishing level. At this moment, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in this dark world, illuminating this dark world. Xiao Ling! Jianshan immediately cried out when he saw the ball of white light. The ball of white light came from Xiao Ling's body. At this moment, Xiao Ling's body was extremely illusory, like a figure formed from light. The current Xiao Ling was no longer as lively as before. There were 2 clear lines of tears on her cute and childish little face. Her face was full of fear, as if she had been frightened by something. Seeing Xiao Ling like this, Jianshan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He asked with concern, "Xiao Ling, what happened to you? What happened?" "Wah!" Suddenly, Xiao Ling burst into tears. She threw herself into Jianshan's arms and cried loudly. Her arms tightly hugged Jianshan. "Xiao Ling, be a good girl. Don't cry. Tell Big Brother what happened first." Jianshan hugged Xiao Ling's petite body and comforted her softly. Although Xiao Ling's body was formed from energy, this energy was almost solid. Thus, when Jianshan hugged Xiao Ling's body, it felt no different than hugging a person made of flesh and blood. The only difference was that Xiao Ling's body did not have any warmth. "Big Brother! Big Brother! Xiao Ling is so scared! Xiao Ling is so scared! Master, Master, where are you? Come back quickly! Xiao Ling is really scared!" Xiao Ling cried in Jianshan's arms. She was quite frightened. Seeing Xiao Ling's tear-stained face, Jianshan felt pity for her. He softly comforted, "Xiao Ling, don't be scared. Big Brother is here. Don't worry, Big Brother will protect you." Jianshan comforted Xiao Ling for a long time before finally calming her down. He then asked, "Xiao Ling, tell Big Brother honestly. Is there a problem with the seal?" Xiao Ling wiped away her tears and nodded firmly. She said, "Yes, Big Brother. A person has escaped from the seal." Xiao Ling suddenly stopped talking. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand and mumbled, "You can't. Xiao Ling can't say it. Master said that Xiao Ling can't tell anyone." Jianshan smiled. "Xiao Ling, Big Brother has seen your master in the past. Your master has already told Big Brother everything here. There's a seal in the depths of Mercenary City. It seals the entrance to the world of Forsaken Saint. Is Big Brother right?" Xiao Ling stared at Jianshan with her bright and innocent eyes. She nodded her head firmly, which was equivalent to acknowledging Jianshan's words. "Xiao Ling, even your master has told Big Brother everything, so you shouldn't keep it a secret like Big Brother. Be good and tell Big Brother everything, alright?" Jianshan said. "Alright, but Big Brother, you have to promise that you won't tell anyone. Master forbade me from telling anyone about this back then," Xiao Ling said seriously. Jianshan nodded and said nothing. Xiao Ling told Jianshan everything that had happened. She did not hide anything at all. When Jianshan learned that a supreme expert from the world of Forsaken Saints was attacking the seal, his face immediately became extremely ugly. "Xiao Ling, just how powerful is the person who attacked the seal from the world of Forsaken Saints? Can you beat him?" Jianshan asked nervously. At that moment, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Chapter 10:18. Jianshan was astounded when he heard Xiao Ling's explanation. Xiao Ling was a supreme expert who had surpassed the Holy Emperor. With her strength, the seal that Mo Tianyun had cast down in the past, and the tremendous energy that had accumulated in the depths of Mercenary City over countless years, she had barely managed to block the attack of the foreign expert. Just how terrifying was the person who had attacked the seal? Jianshan immediately became worried after learning about what had happened in Mercenary City. He was basically certain that the person who had attacked the seal was stronger than the Holy Emperor, which made Jianshan extremely stern. The world of Forsaken Saints had already given birth to people who surpassed the Holy Emperor, so there were definitely a few people who had surpassed the Holy Emperor as well. There were definitely quite a few experts who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor as well. On the other hand, of the 4 supreme experts of the ancient times, the war god of the 100 races, Ergens, had died in battle. The number 1 expert of the human race, Mo Tianyun, and the god of the beast race, the winged tiger god, had both disappeared. Although the god of the sea race was still alive, only his soul had survived. His strength was far from what it had been at his peak. As for the Holy Emperor, there were only a few of them even if all the experts from the 3 races were added together. How was it possible for them to stop the terrifying invasion of the world of forsaken saints with that amount of strength? Xiaoling, if you were to clash with the person who attacked the seal, would you be able to stop him? Jianshan stared at Xiaoling closely. In this world, only Xiaoling possessed strength that surpassed the Holy Emperor. Xiaoling shook her head without any hesitation. Big brother, Xiaoling definitely won't be able to defeat that person. Xiaoling thinks that person is at late returnance at the very least, or even reciprocity. Returnance? Origin? Hearing these unfamiliar words for the first time, Jianshan was stunned. He asked with a serious expression, Xiaoling, are the returnance and origin the realms above the Holy Emperor? Yes, Master told me all this in the past. Master said that the saint ruler of the Tian Yuan continent was the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was at sainthood, and above sainthood was the origin realm. However, the origin realm also has 3 minor realms, which are receival, returnance, and reciprocity. Each minor realm has 3 levels, Xiaoling explained. So above the Holy Emperor is the origin realm. Jianshan came to a sudden realization. His expression changed as he asked Xiaoling, Xiaoling, what level have you reached now? Big brother, Xiaoling is only at early returnance. I can't defeat that person at all, Xiaoling pitifully replied. She felt wronged. Jianshan fell silent. Xiaoling's explanation allowed him to understand the strength of the world of forsaken saints even more clearly. Experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor were at receival, while those who had surpassed the Holy Emperor were at returnance. However, the person who had attacked the seal was so powerful that it was extremely likely that he had reached reciprocity. This filled him with deep shock. In ancient times, Mo Tianyun had once entered the world of forsaken saints alone and killed over 20 receival experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor, as well as 3 returnance experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor. According to his guesses, it was extremely likely that Mo Tianyun was at returnance or reciprocity. Yet now, a supreme expert who could rival Mo Tianyun had actually appeared in the world of forsaken saints. This made Jianshan feel extremely pressured. After bidding farewell to Xiaoling, Jianshan returned to the surface with a heavy heart. Tianjian, Ruijin, and the others continued to hover in the air. Aside from them, there were several dozen experts from the 10 protector clans as well as many experts from the Holy Emperor who belonged to the various organizations. These people had all been alarmed by the presence of the ruler of the beast god continent, so they were all gathered in Mercenary City. The group of elders behind Tianjian had decreased by quite a lot. Many saint ruler elders had been sent to the surroundings of Mercenary City to maintain order in the city. At the same time, they came up with a random reason to explain what had happened in the city. Look, Jianshan has come out. As soon as Jianshan appeared on the ground, he was immediately discovered by everyone. They all descended from the sky and arrived by Jianshan's side. Jianshan, are you fine? Ruijin was the first to ask. His face was filled with concern. Although he had not known Jianshan for very long, Jianshan would affect his chances of meeting his clansmen in the future. As a result, aside from Tianjian and Houston, probably only Ruijin and Honglian cared about Jianshan's life the most. Jianshan, what did the barrier spirit say to you? Have you investigated why something like this has happened to our mercenary city? Tianjian also asked eagerly. The experts of the Protector clans were slightly surprised by Tianjian's question. Their gazes toward Jianshan immediately flickered with light. Changyang Shoten of Changyang Prefecture was actually connected to the barrier spirit of Mercenary City. This was extremely bad news to them. As for the elders of the Changyang clan, they all faintly smiled after making some guesses. They looked at Jianshan with a slight sense of pride. Jianshan did not immediately answer Tianjian's question. He began to hesitate with a sunken face as he considered whether he should tell everyone about this or not. A while later, Jianshan finally made up his mind. He said, "Senior Tianjian, this is a matter of great importance. Can we find a place where we can talk in private?" Tianjian also realized the severity of the situation when he saw how stern Jianshan was. He immediately took Jianshan to an independent space in Mercenary City without any hesitation. Afterward, Jianshan told Tianjian everything he knew about the world of Forsaken Saints and everything he had learned from Shaoling, including how he had met Emo Tianyun's soul. He only hid the matter of the Yinyang Saint Rock. After learning about the world of Forsaken Saints from Jianshan, Tianjian became stunned on the spot. He was unable to return to his senses even after quite a while. The existence of the world of Forsaken Saints was just too shocking to Tianjian. Even with his mental fortitude, he struggled to remain calm. He was speechless from shock. Tianjian finally returned to his senses after quite a while. He sucked in a deep breath and slowly suppressed his shock. He stared at Jianshan in interest and asked with a slightly trembling voice, "Jianshan, is what you said true? Is there really a tunnel that leads to the world of Forsaken Saints hidden beneath Mercenary City?" Was the sudden tremor of Mercenary City earlier because a supreme expert from the world of Forsaken Saints, someone who's even stronger than the Holy Emperor, was attacking the seal? "It's absolutely true," Jianshan sternly replied. Although he really wanted to keep the matter of the world of Forsaken Saints a secret so as to prevent the Tianyuan continent from falling into a panic once the news spread, he could no longer keep it a secret now that the situation had developed. Tianjian's expression rapidly changed. He became extremely ugly. He said with a deep voice, "I need to inform the 10 Protector clans about this matter as soon as possible so that we can come up with a plan. Jianshan, come with me as well." Tianjian left with Jianshan in a hurry. After leaving the independent space, Tianjian immediately found the people from the Protector clans. He sternly invited them to a meeting in Mercenary City. Even Ruijin, Hongluyen, Blackfish, and Houston were invited. Hongluyen and Houston did not go with them because they were recovering. Instead, under the arrangements of the elders of Mercenary City, they went to heal by themselves. Only Ruijin and Blackfish went with them. Several elders who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor and several dozen experts from the Protector clans gathered in a majestic hall in Mercenary City. Tianjian's face was extremely sunken the entire time, leaving all the experts present confused aside from Jianshan. They had no idea what had happened for the Grand Elder of Mercenary City to act like this. Tianjian did not beat around the bush. He directly cut to the chase and told everyone everything he had learned from Jianshan about the world of Forsaken Saint. He gave a detailed explanation of the strength of the world of Forsaken Saint. All the experts present became dumbfounded after learning about the world of Forsaken Saint. Disbelief filled their faces. The information they had learned from Tianjian was like a bolt from the blue to them, stunning them all. "Grand Elder, what did you say? There's a seal beneath Mercenary City that seals the entrance to another world? Great Elder, is what you said true? Does the world of Forsaken Saints really exist? Is the world of Forsaken Saints really that powerful? Grand Elder, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Let's not even talk about whether the world of Forsaken Saints really exists. Just over 20 experts who have surpassed the Holy Emperor and 3 existences who have surpassed the Holy Emperor are already shocking enough, yet all these powerful existences have died to Emo Tianyun's hands. I find this hard to believe. Grand Elder, may I ask where you obtained this information? After a moment of silence, an uproar ensued. Whether it was the Protector clans or the experts from the Holy Emperor, they all voiced their doubts. Tianjian's words were just too exaggerated. No one actually believed him. Everyone, please be quiet. Tianjian raised his hand to silence the discussion before pointing at Jianchen beside him. He said, I've also heard about the world of Forsaken Saints from my friend Jianchen. Jianchen's understanding of the world of Forsaken Saints far surpasses mine. If you have any doubts, please ask Jianchen. What? The information about the world of Forsaken Saints actually came from Jianchen? Ha 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 ha, Grand Elder, aren't you treating this like a joke? How can you believe something so absurd so easily? A ruddy old man laughed aloud. He did not believe the information at all. Jianchen glanced at the old man. He recognized him. He was a great elder of the Yuan sect. That's right, First Elder. How can we believe such ridiculous words so casually? It's definitely fake. Otherwise, why wouldn't our Protector family have any records of such a huge matter? Another great elder from the Protector family spoke. The pavilion master of the Pure Heart Pavilion, Wichenzi, clasped her hands at Jianchen and said, Jianchen shouldn't be someone who likes to lie. However, the matter of the world of Forsaken Saints is just too shocking after all. May I ask if you have any evidence to prove the existence of the world of Forsaken Saints? Or would you like to take us to the seal beneath Mercenary City to verify this matter? The Protector clans had existed since ancient times. Their history was even longer than Mo Tianyun's, so they were extremely confident that they would have records of anything major that happened in this world. It was impossible for there to be no records of something as major as the world of Forsaken Saints, so they did not believe in the world of Forsaken Saints. Chapter 10:19. That's right. Brother Jianchen, why don't you take us to the depths of Mercenary City to take a look at the seal so that we can confirm whether it's true or not? Otherwise, it really will be very difficult for us to believe you, said a middle-aged man. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a striking appearance. He did not belong to the Protector clans, but he was the ancestor of an ancient clan. He was extremely powerful, so he was renowned even among the Protector clans. Jianchen calmly stood beside Tianjian. He was not surprised by the doubts of the people because this was completely within his expectations. The matter regarding the world of Forsaken Saints was just far too shocking. There had never been any news regarding the world of Forsaken Saints on the Tianyuan continent, so anyone who suddenly heard about it would find it hard to believe. If the person who told him about the world of Forsaken Saints back then was not Mo Tianyun but a child who was much younger than him, Jianchen would not have believed it either. He would have treated it all as a joke and laughed it off. Jianchen calmly glanced past everyone. After learning about the world of Forsaken Saints, Jianchen did not see any of them become stern at all. Instead, they all acted like they did not care at all. Some of them even sneered. None of them actually cared about the world of Forsaken Saint. Jianchen could not help but gently sigh inside. He shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't take you to the depths of the seal. Anyway, I've told you everything about the world of Forsaken Saint. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. The depths of Mercenary City were Shaoling's territory. Without Shaoling's permission, even experts like the Holy Emperor could not enter. Jianchen did not even need to think to know that it was impossible for Shaoling to take them to the depths of the seal. The matter regarding the world of Forsaken Saints really is a bunch of nonsense. Jianchen, what are you trying to do by making up such an exaggerated story to try and fool us? A great elder of the Yuan sect growled. He was rather aggressive. Jianchen had some grievances with the Yuan sect, so he obviously would not be polite to the people of the Yuan sect. He immediately stared at the elder coldly and coldly said, You will find out in the future whether the matter regarding the world of Forsaken Saints was made up by me, Jianchen. The meeting dispersed very quickly. The people of the Protector clans all left Mercenary City and returned to their clans. They had originally been drawn over by the battle between the Holy Emperor of the Magical Beasts, but after what had happened in Mercenary City, none of them were in the mood to pay attention to the matters regarding the Holy Emperor of the Magical Beasts. In particular, the unbelievable story that Jianchen had told them about the world of Forsaken Saints had disturbed their thoughts. Although none of them believed in the existence of the world of Forsaken Saints, they had firmly committed the name to their minds. In particular, they were amazed by the fact that the world of Forsaken Saints possessed over 20 experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor in ancient times. Although they knew that all of this could be fake, over 20 existences who had surpassed the Holy Emperor was a great deterrent. Jianchen was sent to a secret room by Tianjian to heal, while Tianjian and the several experts of the Holy Emperor of Mercenary City gathered in the floating Divine Hall. Grand Elder, do you really believe Jianchen's words? Is there really a huge seal hidden beneath our Mercenary City? If the world of Forsaken Saints really does exist, and has been sealed in the depths of Mercenary City, then logically speaking, the City Lord should have left behind some information so that the future generations could be on guard against it. Why did he hide this matter? The elders of Mercenary City all expressed their doubts. They also found it very difficult to believe that the world of Forsaken Saints existed. Tianjian stood in the center of the hall with his arms crossed. His brows were tightly furrowed as he said in thought, "It's indeed difficult to accept that such a major matter has occurred so suddenly, but if that's not the case, how do we explain the sudden tremors of Mercenary City? And Jianchen is not a liar. Coupled with how good his relationship with the Barrier Spirit is, I think the matter of the world of Forsaken Saints is probably true." The elders of Mercenary City immediately became stern when they heard Tianjian's analysis. One of them said with a heavy voice, "If this matter is true, what power does our Tian Yuan continent have to stop the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints? According to Jianchen's description of the world of Forsaken Saints, even if we work together with the Tian Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Race, and the 100 Races, we won't be their opponent. After all, it's not the ancient times anymore. We no longer have 4 supreme experts who have surpassed the Holy Emperor and many other Holy Emperor experts. If the world of Forsaken Saints really invades, our Tian Yuan continent probably won't be able to stop them at all," another elder said. His face was very ugly. Tianjian sank into his thoughts. He slowly made his way to the entrance of the hall and raised his head to look at the sky. He murmured, "The war god of the 100 Races has reappeared on the Tian Yuan continent in ancient times, and even the god of the Beast God continent, the Winged Tiger, has been reborn. Poseidon is still alive, yet a genius like Jianchen has appeared on our Tian Yuan continent. Have they all been born out of calamity? Have they all been born at the same time to stop the world of Forsaken Saints? Only the City Lord knew about the world of Forsaken Saints back then. The City Lord also wrote down a law in the laws of the elders of Mercenary City. If we encountered the Winged Tiger in the future, we had to assist it before it matured. He was not worried about the Winged Tiger harming the Tian Yuan continent at all. Did the City Lord calculate that the moment the Winged Tiger appeared would be the moment the seal of the world of Forsaken Saints was broken? If it's really like that, then the City Lord's abilities back then have probably reached a heaven-defying level long ago. It's far beyond what we can understand." Suddenly, Tianjian looked at the elders behind him and said, "Whether the matter of the world of Forsaken Saints is true or not, don't leak it, or it'll probably cause a great panic on the Tian Yuan continent." Milky white light illuminated the gloomy room in a silent, cold room. Jianchen sat in the center of the room as he healed his wounds with radiant saint force. Although Jianchen had been heavily injured in the battle earlier, he made a full recovery in an extremely short amount of time with the recovery of the chaotic body and radiant saint force. After making a full recovery, Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. He immediately took out the divine hall of the 8 wastelands from his space ring. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands had shrunk to the size of a fist. However, the majestic divine hall had become extremely damaged, having lost its former majesty. Jianshan stared at the damaged divine hall of the 8 wastelands with a pained expression. Although he had only obtained the divine hall of the 8 wastelands for a short period of time, it had provided him with an extremely great assistance. It was exactly because of the existence of the divine hall that he dared to look down on the protector clans of the Tian Yuan continent. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands hasn't dispersed. It's actually repairing itself, but it's very slow. At this rate, it won't be able to make a full recovery without several decades or even over a century. Jianshan stared at the divine hall of the 8 wastelands as he murmured to himself. Afterward, he stowed the divine hall of the 8 wastelands back into his space ring. He knew that he would not be able to use the divine hall of the 8 wastelands for a very long period of time in the future. Afterward, Jianshan took out the Saint artifact. Although it had not been damaged after taking on Kaiser's attacks a few times, clear marks had been left behind. The damage was basically negligible compared to the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. At the same time, the Saint artifact had the ability to repair itself, so it would return to its perfect state before long. The Saint artifact really is much tougher than the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. If the Holy Emperor wanted to destroy the Saint artifact, he would need to expend a lot of effort. It's not like the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, which was destroyed with just a few hits. However, the only flaw of the Saint artifact is that its attacks are just too weak. If I come across a Holy Emperor, I won't be able to enter the Saint artifact at all, or I'll just be sending myself to my death, murmured Jianshan. Although the Saint artifact's defense was astonishing, it was still an artifact after all. It would not be able to escape from a Holy Emperor. If the Saint artifact ended up in the hands of a Holy Emperor, it would be destroyed one day. Jianshan sank into his thoughts as he held the Saint artifact in his hand. He murmured, "I've already told the 10 protector clans about the world of Forsaken Saints, but they don't believe it at all. They think I'm lying, making up a story to fool them. Sigh, it looks like it's basically impossible to convince them that the world of Forsaken Saints really exists right now. But even if they do believe that the world of Forsaken Saints really exists, what can they do? The world of Forsaken Saints has already given birth to supreme experts who are even more powerful than Shaoling. They definitely have receival experts as well. The Holy Emperor probably has quite a few of them as well. They're not people this world can fend off. The people of this world are just too weak. The matter at hand right now is to increase the overall strength of this world, but the only way to increase their strength in a short amount of time is to refine the Yinyang Saint Rock. It's exactly because of the existence of the Yinyang Saint Rock that it's much more difficult for people to break through than before. According to what Senior Mo Tianyun said in the past, if the Yinyang Saint Rock were to disappear, the order and laws of the world would return to how they were in ancient times. All the 9th heavenly layer and great perfection Holy Emperor experts would be able to reach the Holy Emperor level in an extremely short amount of time. There would even be many new saint rulers and holy emperors. It's a pity that the energy in the Yinyang Saint Rock is just too great. I can't absorb it with my current strength. According to the sword spirits, I'll probably need to reach the 5th layer of the chaotic body and the heavenly enchantress to absorb the energy. As soon as he thought of the heavenly enchantress, Jianshan could not help but think of the erotic scene he had done with her in the past. His expression immediately became mixed. If he wanted to absorb the energy from the Yinyang Saint Rock, he needed to dual cultivate with the heavenly enchantress. Only then would he be able to neutralize the extreme yin and yang energies. Chapter 10:20. After making a full recovery, Jianshan left the secret room. Ruijin and Blackfish were already waiting outside. Jianshan's heart immediately warmed when he saw how Ruijin and Blackfish were still by his side. He clasped his hands at the two of them and said, Senior Ruijin, Senior Blackfish, sorry for making you wait. It doesn't matter. The two of us have nothing to do here anyway. Since we have nothing to do, we came to where you are in seclusion to prevent anything from happening to you again, Yu said with a chuckle. Ruijin stared at Jianchen for a while before asking, Jianchen, is the matter regarding the world of Forsaken Saints true? Blackfish stopped smiling when he heard Ruijin's sudden question. He quickly became stern. Jianchen nodded, yes, it's completely true. The seal to the world of Forsaken Saints does exist in the depths of Mercenary City, and the trembling of Mercenary City is because the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints are attacking the seal. Ruijin became stern. He stopped talking about the matter regarding the world of Forsaken Saints and said, Jianchen, let's go. Afterward, Jianchen went to see Taita. After chatting with him for a while, he left the independent space with Ruijin and Blackfish, returning to Mercenary City. Jianchen did not disturb Mingdong as he was still at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. When Jianchen, Ruijin, and Blackfish returned to Mercenary City, the city had already returned to normal. The cracks on the ground had been repaired by the protective energy, so no one seemed to be able to connect it to the damaged city from before. An elder of Mercenary City casually found a reason to announce the reason for the tremors in Mercenary City. It quelled the fear and doubt of countless mercenaries in Mercenary City. Jianchen found Honglian and Houston in an inn under the lead of Ruijin and Blackfish. The two of them were recuperating in the same inn. Greetings to Uncle Xiao, Senior Honglian. Jianchen clasped his hands politely as soon as he saw the two of them. He quickly glanced past the two of them and discovered that Houston was still heavily injured. His face was pale, while Honglian seemed fine, but she was clearly exhausted. Jianchen could also sense that Honglian's presence had become much weaker. Honglian was a phoenix that had lived for several thousand years, but she only seemed to be in her 20s. When she heard how Jianchen had addressed her, Honglian immediately widened her eyes. She stared at Jianchen viciously and said with some anger, What, senior? Jianchen, am I that old? Jianchen was stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that Honglian would react so strongly when he called her senior. Ruijin smiled when he saw how Honglian had reacted. He said, Honglian, when did you become like a little girl? That's not like you at all. Honglian gently stroked her hair before returning to her room. She sat down on the bed and stared at Jianchen with a strange light in her eyes. She said, Jianchen, I've paid quite the price to save you this time. I've been reborn 4 times in a row, which has made me enter a period of weakness for 40 years. Tell me, what treasure will you give me to make up for my losses? Honglian was serious. She did not seem to be joking at all. She was extremely serious. Jianchen will definitely remember Senior's kindness of saving my life. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you several times over. Jianchen clasped his hands without any hesitation. Ruijin walked over and patted Jianchen's shoulder. He gently smiled. Jianchen, Honglian is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Honglian acted like she did not hear Ruijin's words at all. She frowned and glared at Jianchen with some displeasure. I told you not to call me senior. Why won't you listen? Jianchen, listen up. You're not allowed to call me senior in the future. Just call me by my name, Honglian. Yes. Jianchen clasped his fist at Honglian. After a moment of thought, he said, Honglian, Uncle Xiao, you're injured. Why don't you go to the artifact space? I'll get the artifact spirit to heal you. Uncle Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard that. He coughed twice and said in a rather weak voice, That's great. With the help of the Saint artifact of the Radiant Saint Master Union, I'll be able to recover from my injuries that would take several decades at the very least. Afterwards, Jianchen directly took out the Saint artifact and sent Uncle Xiao into the artifact space. Afterward, he looked at Honglian and said, Honglian, why don't you go to the artifact space to heal as well? Honglian glanced at Jianchen before closing her eyes and meditating. She said, "My body is weak because of the aftereffects of my rebirth. My strength has fallen from the great perfection of the Holy Emperor to the fifth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. It's not something that can be healed by a saint artifact. It can only be slowly healed by time. Of course, if there's an extremely precious treasure of the world, it can shorten the time I'm weak." A treasure of the world? Does dragon saliva grass count as one? Jianchen asked eagerly. Honglian gently shook her head. Dragon saliva grass can only be regarded as a heavenly resource. It's nowhere near an extremely precious treasure of the world. Jianchen felt rather disappointed. He knew that Honglian was a powerful helper that Ruijin had found. If she could recover her strength, he would have gained another powerful helper. "Master, the holy water of the Spirit Sea can help this little phoenix recover its strength." At this moment, the sword spirit's voices rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen rejoiced inside. He immediately sent his consciousness into his sea of consciousness and saw the two streaks of light, one violet and one azure, slowly revolve around the five-colored immortal crystal. In these past few years, the sword spirits had been absorbing the energy of the five-colored immortal crystal to recover their strength. As soon as he saw the sword spirits, Jianchen immediately sensed that they were much stronger than before. The five-colored immortal crystal had also shrunk in size. "Xing, Qing Saw, you said that the holy water of the world can help Honglian recover from the aftereffects of using rising from the ashes?" Jianchen asked. The holy water of the Spirit Sea that the sword spirits were talking about was the holy water of the world of the sea race. That's right. We also know a little about the Phoenix race. Every time they use the innate ability of the Phoenix race, rising from the ashes, there will be a period of weakness. Their strength will greatly decrease. If they use rising from the ashes several times in a row, the period of weakness will accumulate. Fortunately, this little phoenix's strength wasn't too strong. Every time it used rising from the ashes, it would only be weakened for 10 years. In our original world, when some powerful phoenixes used the rising from the ashes divine ability, they would be weakened for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. In order to shorten the period of weakness and recover to their peak condition as soon as possible, some experts of the Phoenix race began to travel the world in search of a method. In the end, they finally found the holy water of the Spirit Sea that can help them recover, Xing explained. Jianchen's consciousness slowly returned to his body. Although he knew that the holy water of the world could help Honglian recover immediately, he only had one portion of it. He had prepared it for the azulate swords, so he could not give it to Honglian. When I return to the sea realm next time, I will immediately search for the holy water of the world. Jianchen thought. Right now, he was confident that he possessed the strength to enter the dangerous regions of the sea realm to search for the holy water of the world. After leaving Honglian's room, Jianchen entered the artifact space again. He first went to see Yu and the White Tiger to comfort them before directly going to where Uncle Xiao was healing. Uncle Xiao's wounds were healed by the origin energy of radiant saint force from the artifact spirit, so he made a full recovery very quickly. This made Uncle Xiao sigh in amazement as this was the first time he had seen the origin energy of radiant saint force. He constantly praised how wondrous and powerful it was. With a flip of his hand, a book appeared in Jianchen's empty hand. This was the cultivation method that the Blood Demon Emperor had left behind in the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. The baleful Yin force hidden in the book had stopped attacking Jianchen with Amigami's submission. Jianchen passed the book to Uncle Xiao and said, "Uncle Xiao, please take a look at this book." As soon as Jianchen had taken out the book, Houston had already stared at it. When he heard Jianchen's words, he no longer hesitated and immediately accepted the book. As soon as the book entered his hand, Houston produced a soft interjection of surprise. A strange light flashed through his deep, ancient eyes as he stared at the book in his hand. He cried out, baleful force. This is actually baleful force, and it's many times purer than the baleful force I control. Uncle Xiao did not stop the baleful force. Instead, he allowed it to enter his body and spread towards his soul. When the baleful force came in contact with Houston's soul, not only did it not pose any threat to Houston, but it was even devoured by Houston and converted into his own power. However, Houston had only swallowed a small portion of the baleful energy. The rest of the baleful energy was like a startled bird. They retreated from Houston's body at the fastest speed and returned to the book. They quieted down and didn't dare to appear again. This baleful force actually has a sliver of intelligence. How rare, how rare. Houston could not help but sigh in amazement. He became even more curious about the contents of the book, so he immediately began to open it. However, Houston's expression changed when he saw the contents of the first page of the book. There was unconcealable shock in his eyes, and this shock deepened as he flipped through the pages. In the end, it turned into a look of deep shock and disbelief. This is the cultivation method of my bloodsword sect. Jianshan, where did you get this book? Houston suddenly closed the book as he stared at Jianshan in interest. Afterwards, Jianshan told Houston where he had obtained the book and the memory he had obtained from the fragment of the Blood Demon Emperor's soul. When Houston learned that the founding ancestor of the Bloodsword sect was actually an expert of the Sea Realm, he was immediately stunned. His heart churned. He found it very difficult to believe that this was all true. Uncle Xiao, this is Amigami. I think it should be very useful to you. Jianshan took out Amigami again and presented it to Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao slowly calmed down. He stared at the Amigami in Jianshan's hand and instinctively reached out to grab it. However, just when his hand was about to touch the Amigami that had been resting in Jianshan's hand suddenly flew up. It turned into a faint, red streak of light and shot towards Uncle Xiao with lightning speed. In the end, it burrowed into his forehead and disappeared. Uncle Xiao's eyes rapidly dimmed. Afterward, he closed his eyes and directly fainted. Chapter 10:21. Houston lay on the ground with his eyes closed. His face was serene. No one knew what had happened to him during the process of accepting the Amigami. Houston's process took far longer than Jianshan had expected. Jianshan stayed by Houston's side for 7 days and 7 nights before Houston finally woke up. When Houston slowly opened his eyes, Jianshan immediately sensed that Houston's gaze was much sharper than before. Uncle Xiao, how was it? Did everything go smoothly? Jianshan asked in concern. Houston's body floated up from the ground, his feet firmly standing on the ground. His eyes contained an unconcealable joy, mixed with a bit of complexity. I really never thought that the cultivation method of my bloodsword sect would be passed down to this Amigami. Houston sighed deeply as he sighed emotionally at the sky. Only now do I know that the unique cultivation method of my bloodsword sect is actually a modified version of the Empyrean demon arts recorded in the Amigami. Not only is it an incomplete cultivation method, but its quality is far inferior to the Empyrean demon arts as well. Houston sighed emotionally after learning everything. Who would have thought that the Bloodsword sect, one of the 3 great assassin organizations, would be hiding such a shocking secret? Uncle Xiao, the Empyrean demon arts is a cultivation method that surpasses the saint tier. If you practice this cultivation method, you will be able to break through to the Holy Emperor realm successfully before long and become a Holy Emperor. Jianshan faintly smiled. If Houston could become a Holy Emperor, it would be extremely important to him and the Tianyuan continent. A sliver of excitement appeared in Houston's eyes when he heard that, but it disappeared very quickly. After a moment of thought, he said, I still have over 100 years left. It's not much longer. Whether I can break through to the Holy Emperor realm with the Empyrean demon arts will all depend on the mysteries of the Empyrean demon art. Jianshan's heart tightened as well. He had never thought that Uncle Xiu's remaining lifespan would be so short. 100 years was a long time, but it was only the time for a person of his level to enter seclusion. I hope Uncle Xiu can break through to the Holy Emperor realm soon with the Empyrean demon arts, Jianshan prayed inside. It's just a pity that my soul seems to have been restricted by Amigami, so I can't write down the contents of the Empyrean demon arts. Otherwise, I would have been able to perfect the cultivation method of the Bloodsword sect, Houston said regretfully. At this moment, Houston seemed to think of something. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled out a palm-sized, blood-red token from his space ring and said to Jianshan, Jianshan, 2 of the people who killed your parents are still alive. If you want revenge, take this token to the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect. They know where the 2 of them are. With that, Houston passed the token to Jianshan. Heavy killing intent immediately flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he heard that. He could still clearly remember that there were a total of 5 people who had killed his parent. A few years ago, he and the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect had worked together to kill 3 of them in the City of God in the Holy Emperor's kingdom. The remaining 2 had used a secret technique to escape. Jianshan originally thought that the 2 of them had died at the hands of the 4 protectors, but he never expected them to still be alive. Jianshan slowly extended his hand and took the token from Houston. He gripped it tightly and coldly said, I will find the 2 of them as soon as possible and make them pay a heavy price for what they did back then. Houston glanced at the token in Jianshan's hand and smiled deeply. However, it disappeared very quickly and he said, Jianshan, I will immediately return to Longevity Valley to cultivate after I leave this place. I will do my best to break through to the Holy Emperor's realm before the end of my life. Jianshan, you've committed quite a few killings in the past few years, and your strength has increased far too quickly. Once you're done with your matters, take little Fatty back to Longevity Valley. I hope you can stay there for 10 years. Uncle Xiu, once I'm done with my matters, I will definitely return to Longevity Valley and stay there for 10 years according to your instructions. Jianshan seriously replied. He only had respect for Uncle Xiu, and he knew that Uncle Xiu was doing all of this for his sake. Uncle Xiu nodded in relief. He was very satisfied that Jianshan was still able to maintain his composure after reaching such a high level of cultivation. Jianshan left the artifact space with Yu, Rum, Guinness, and Houston. As soon as they left, Houston immediately bid farewell to everyone and returned to Longevity Valley by himself. Jianshan was in a hurry to find the 2 remaining murderers, so he did not stay in Mercenary City for long. After bidding farewell to Tianjin, he directly made his way out of the city. Big brother, are you leaving again? Just when Jianshan was about to leave the huge barrier of Mercenary City, Xiaoling's sobbing and reluctant voice rang out. Jianshan looked around, but he did not find Xiaoling's figure. As a result, he said to the heir, Xiaoling, Big Brother still has important matters to deal with, so I can't stay with you anymore. I'll come see you next time when I'm free, alright? This time, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian no longer had any strange expressions when they heard Jianshan's monologue. They glanced around with some respect. They all knew that the barrier spirit, which had surpassed the Holy Emperor, was hiding in the empty space and talking to Jianshan. However, they were unable to find Xiaoling with their strength. Big Brother, Xiaoling can sense that the people from the world of Forsaken Saints will be able to break through the seal soon. You're still too weak right now, so Xiaoling wants to help you increase your strength. Xiaoling can project the mysteries of the world for you to comprehend, Jianshan gently said. Jianshan could no longer hear the liveliness from Xiaoling's voice. Instead, it was filled with sadness, misery, and fear. Although he could not see Xiaoling's appearance, Jianshan could already imagine just how pitiful Xiaoling was right now. Xiaoling was like a frail little girl who was being mercilessly threatened by a group of evil people. She was filled with helplessness and fear as she had no parent. Xiaoling, I really do have something very important to do right now, so I can't comprehend the mysteries of the world that you project. However, I do have a few friends. Can you project the mysteries of the world for them so that their strength can increase quickly? Jianchen asked. However, he secretly rejoiced inside. If that was the case, he could send all the 6 Cycle Heaven Saint Masters and Saint Rulers in Changyang Prefecture over so that Shaoling could project the mysteries of the world for them to comprehend. As long as they're Big Brother's friends, Shaoling can project the mysteries of the world for them to see. Big Brother, are they the friends you're talking about? However, they've already reached great perfection of the Holy Emperor level. The mysteries of the world required to break through to Holy Emperor level are extremely complicated, so it'll be very difficult for Shaoling to project them completely. I probably won't be able to help them. Shaoling was rather gloomy, as if she was very unhappy that she could not help Jianchen. No, of course not them. Jianchen hurriedly comforted Shaoling. At the same time, he introduced Mingdong, who was still in Mercenary City, to Shaoling so that Shaoling could help Mingdong. Afterward, Jianchen thought about it and decided to leave Rum Guinness behind as well. He also got Shaoling to project the mysteries of the world for Rum Guinness to comprehend so that Rum Guinness could increase her strength further. As for the white tiger, due to its original form as a winged tiger, it possessed a unique advantage. It did not need to comprehend the mysteries of the world like ordinary people at all to break through. It only needed enough energy, so Jianchen did not leave the white tiger behind. Tai Ta was the war god of the 100 races, so his path was different from ordinary people. He did not need to comprehend the mysteries of the world at all, so Shaoling's projection was useless to Tai Ta. Jianchen originally wanted to leave Yu Yu behind as well, but Yu Yu was still too weak right now. The mysteries of the world were too distant for her right now, so he could only give up on it. Shaoling moved extremely quickly as well. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, she immediately sent Rum Guinness underground. Mingdong, who was cultivating in an independent space within Mercenary City, suddenly vanished as well. He had been taken away by Shaoling without anyone noticing. Even Tianjian had failed to sense anything. Jianchen carried Yu Yu as Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian left Mercenary City together. They were currently heading towards the location of the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect under the guidance of the Blood Red token. Once I eliminate the people who harmed my parents, I'll immediately return to Changyang Prefecture and send my 2 great-grandfathers and Jietai to Mercenary City to comprehend the mysteries of the world that Shaoling has projected. After that, I'll go to the Felicity Empire, one of the 3 great empires. King, you've caused so much trouble for my flame mercenaries. I, Jianchen, will never forgive you. Jianchen thought as he flew through the air. He had already made arrangements for his future journey. Chapter 10:22. The Longqi Kingdom was one of the 8 great kingdoms on the continent. It was a powerful kingdom that stood on the same level as the Qin Empire. It possessed a history of several tens of thousand years, so its strength could not be underestimated. There were even saint rulers in the royal palace. Today, the Longqi Kingdom's imperial palace was still as quiet as usual. Majestic and domineering halls filled the entire imperial palace. They imperceptibly emitted a vast and grand aura that filled the heavens and earth. There were groups of armored soldiers in the royal palace. Their chests were puffed out as they patrolled the area in an orderly fashion, silently protecting the peace of the royal palace. At this moment, 2 blurs that were hard to catch with the naked eye entered the royal palace with extreme speed. They silently shot towards the back of the royal palace. In the end, they entered the row of halls in the royal palace that had been abandoned for a long time, disappearing from sight. Their arrival was completely silent and did not alarm anyone. Even the saint rulers in the royal palace failed to sense the arrival of uninvited guests. 2 beggar-like old men in tattered clothes and disheveled hair carefully leaned against the door in the abandoned hall. They cautiously observed the situation outside. They had concealed their presences and even held their breaths. They seemed extremely nervous. The two old men only stopped worrying in the end after observing for a while and discovering that there were no disturbances. Afterward, their legs gave out and they collapsed on the cold ground at the same time as they gasped for breath. Fortunately, we didn't alarm the saint rulers in the royal palace. Old bastard Situ, this method of hiding presences really is quite good. We should be able to hide here safely for a few more days, one of the old men said through a communication technique. Exhaustion filled his face. So what if this method of hiding presences is profound? The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect can still find us. We can't shake them off, the other old man said through a communication technique. The 2 of them were especially careful here. They did not even dare to make a sound, afraid that they would alarm the saint rulers in the royal palace. The 2 beggar-like saint rulers were Situ and Mating. In the past few years, the 2 of them had been hunted down by the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect and had been on the run. The kingdom of Longqi is a vassal of the Felicity Empire, one of the 3 great empires. I'm sure the 4 great protectors of the Bloodsword sect wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. It should be very safe for us to hide here. Mating pondered. Old Situ nodded in agreement with that. That's right. The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect will catch up very soon. They definitely know that we're hiding here. Once the 4 of them approach the imperial palace, the saint rulers in the palace will definitely come out to stop them. There might even be a great battle. Once they're fighting, the 2 of us will find an opportunity to strike suddenly and deal with one protector together. We'll try to kill one of them. Mating's eyes lit up. He replied, "That's a good idea. The 4 of them have basically chased us around the entire continent. It's time for them to pay some interest." 2 days later, 4 cold-faced, middle-aged men in blood-red robes arrived through the air. They directly entered the royal capital of the kingdom of Longqi. The 4 of them radiated with an invisible baleful presence. Wherever they went, the temperature would rapidly plummet, as if the place had become a cavern of ice. The 2 of them are hiding in the city. The old sect master has already informed us through a secret technique. Once we find the 2 of them, we should not act recklessly for now. We'll wait for the new sect master to arrive and listen to his instructions. Let's find an inn in the city to rest first, a protector from the Bloodsword sect said emotionlessly before entering the city with the other 3. Guess who the new sect master will be. However, I'm certain that he has some grievances with the 2 people we're chasing. However, our Bloodsword sect has been in seclusion for over 1,000 years. I've never heard of any elder of the sect having any grievances with them, a protector said softly. His voice was filled with doubt. Shue-san, shut up. The matters of the sect master are not something we can discuss. A protector's face sank as he glared at the person who had spoken. The protector called Shue-san immediately stopped talking. The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect walked down the street. Their identical appearances and the faint baleful presence they gave off immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the street. All the passers-by and mercenaries along the way made way for the 4 of them. With their sharp eyes, they could tell that the 4 of them were not to be trifled with. The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect walked side by side. They regained their usual coldness and gave off a feeling of being unapproachable. At this moment, 4 white-haired old men in white robes appeared on the street. They stood side by side and just happened to block the path of the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect. From the looks of it, they seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. The 4 old men were extremely ordinary. They did not give off any presences at all, just like ordinary people. Although the 4 of them stood on the street openly, they did not attract any attention. With their path blocked, the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect immediately stopped. They coldly stared at the 4 old men, but none of them said anything. At this moment, one of the old men clasped his hands and said, "We are the 4 imperial protectors of the Longqi kingdom. May I ask why the 4 of you have come to our kingdom?" The old man's voice was extremely indifferent. It was filled with a sliver of coldness and toughness. Although the Bloodsword sect had vanished from the Tianyuan continent for thousands of years, they were still one of the 3 greatest assassins on the continent. The simultaneous arrival of 4 saint rulers was not something a powerful kingdom could ignore, so the Longqi kingdom immediately sent 4 saint rulers to stop them. The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect have come under the orders of the sect master to hunt down human traitors, one of the protectors said emotionlessly. This is the imperial capital of our kingdom. There are no traitors here. Please leave quickly, one of the imperial protectors forcefully said. He did not fear the famed Bloodsword sect at all. Our Bloodsword sect has never needed anyone to tell us what to do. The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect were expressionless. Strands of heavy killing intent had already appeared in their cold eyes. The baleful Yin-Chi from the 4 of them had become denser as well. From the looks of it, they were clearly prepared for battle at any moment. The 4 imperial protectors of the Longqi kingdom were indeed very forceful, but the protectors of the Bloodsword sect were even more forceful. When the 4 imperial protectors of the Longqi kingdom saw the unyielding attitude of the Bloodsword sect's protectors, they immediately thought of retreating. They knew that if they didn't back down, then a battle with the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect would be unavoidable. This is our kingdom, not your Bloodsword sect's territory. If you insist on acting like this, we'll just have to wait and see. The vile presence unique to the Bloodsword sect was renowned across the continent. Everyone feared them, so the 4 imperial protectors of the Longqi kingdom did not dare to come into conflict with them. They immediately retreated after throwing out a threat. Watching the 4 imperial protectors of the Longqi kingdom leave, a protector of the Bloodsword sect murmured, "They have very deep enmity towards us. Over 1,000 years ago, the king of the Longqi kingdom and 2 imperial protectors died at the hands of our Bloodsword sect. Of course they have enmity towards us," explained the protector beside him expressionlessly. Within the royal palace of the Longqi kingdom, the 4 imperial protectors were gathered together with solemn expressions. "I didn't think that the people of the Bloodsword sect would appear in our kingdom again. Over 1,000 years ago, the Bloodsword sect killed 2 of our imperial protectors. This enmity must be avenged. 300 years ago, the Lodo imperial protector successfully broke through to the Holy Emperor realm and is currently serving as an imperial protector in the Felicity Empire. Of the 2 imperial protectors killed by the Bloodsword sect, one of them was the younger brother of the Lodo imperial protector. We'll immediately notify the Lodo imperial protector and let him decide." The 4 imperial protectors of the Longqi kingdom immediately sent one of them to the Felicity Empire through a spatial gate to report what happened here to the Lodo imperial protector. As for the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect, they found an inn in the Longqi kingdom and stayed there. From then on, they never left the room and meditated all day long. They closely sensed the location of Old Ghost Situ and Old Ghost Situ, and quietly waited for the new sect master to arrive. In the imperial palace of the Felicity Empire, a middle-aged man in a white robe was sitting cross-legged on a large bed in a resplendent palace. The middle-aged man had a common face and a resolute expression, giving people a sense of steadiness. However, he had a head of white hair that did not match his age. Such a combination made him look unique. This middle-aged man was Lodo, a Holy Emperor realm expert. He was currently the imperial protector of the Felicity Empire. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood respectfully in front of Luo Duo. This old man was the imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom. He was reporting to Luo Duo that the 4 great protectors of the Bloodsword sect had reappeared in the Longqi kingdom. The Bloodsword sect. Luo Duo's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Immediately, there was a sharp glint in his eyes, mixed with soaring hatred. "Imperial Protector Lodo, the people of the Bloodsword sect have come to our Longqi kingdom again. What should we do? Please enlighten us, Imperial Protector Lodo," the imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. What else can we do? Kill them, of course. Avenge my brother, Lodo said without hesitation. But the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, the imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom, wanted to say something, but hesitated. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Lodo got off the bed and coldly said, "In the Felicity Kingdom, I specially looked through the information on the sect master of the Bloodsword sect. According to what I know, Houston's lifespan is already nearing its end, so there's no need to worry about him. Besides, apart from Houston, there are no other experts in the Bloodsword sect worthy of our Felicity Empire's attention. If Houston wants to act, our Felicity Empire will naturally send people to stop him." Chapter 10:23. The Imperial Protector immediately rejoiced when he heard Luo Duo's words. He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Luo Duo, Imperial Protector, since the Bloodsword sect has nothing to fear, we might as well go all the way. We'll directly uproot the Bloodsword sect and take revenge for the 1,000-year enmity." A cold light immediately flickered through Luo Duo's eyes. He lowered his head in thought and said, "Right now, the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, Houston, is still alive. We can't force them into a dead end, or we'll probably be met with a full-force counterattack from Houston. If a great perfection Holy Emperor decides to throw away his life to take revenge on us, it'll be a devastating disaster for our Felicity Empire. However, it's still possible to kill the saint rulers of the Bloodsword sect that have invaded the kingdom of Longqi." Luo Duo's presence suddenly changed. He suddenly turned around and stared at the respectful imperial protector of the kingdom of Longqi with shining eyes. He said, "Immediately return to the kingdom of Longqi and closely monitor the movements of the experts of the Bloodsword sect. Just in case, I need to see the other imperial protector in the imperial palace before I deal with the Bloodsword sect." "Yes, sir." The imperial protector of the kingdom of Longqi immediately returned through a space gate in the imperial palace. Luo Duo did not stop at all. He immediately made his way to the forbidden grounds of the imperial palace. A heavy killing intent flickered through his eyes from time to time. "Brother, you died to the hands of the experts of the Bloodsword sect over 1,000 years ago. I didn't have the power to take revenge for you back then, but the opportunity has come. I can guarantee you that once the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, Houston, dies, I'll immediately use the power of the Felicity Empire to uproot the Bloodsword sect and take revenge for you." Back then, when Lodo broke through to the Holy Emperor realm, he could have stayed in the Longqi kingdom and increased the status of the Longqi kingdom. However, he didn't hesitate and came to the Felicity Empire to become the imperial protector. The main reason was because of the Bloodsword sect. He had always wanted to use the power of the Felicity Empire to eliminate the Bloodsword sect. In the imperial city of the Longqi kingdom, the imperial protector who had returned from Felicity brought back Luo Duo's orders. As a result, the four of them did not continue to make trouble for the four protectors of the Bloodsword sect. Instead, they stayed in the imperial palace and carefully sensed the auras of the four protectors, paying attention to their movements at all times. However, the four of them didn't notice that two uninvited guests had appeared in the Longqi kingdom's imperial palace. They were quietly hiding in a remote area. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 2 days were very peaceful. The imperial city of the Longqi kingdom was still operating as usual. The bustling streets were bustling with people coming and going all day long. It was a hubbub of voices. It was very lively. At this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Several silhouettes were rapidly approaching the imperial city of the Longqi kingdom. Their speed was extremely fast. A moment ago they were still far away in the horizon, but in the next second, they were already floating in the air above the imperial city. There in the city, an extremely handsome young man who seemed to be in his 20s stood at the very front of the group. He held a blood-red token in his hand as he indifferently spoke. His eyes were as sharp as unsheathed swords as he slowly scanned the city below him. These people were Jianchen, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian. After a few days of traveling, the four of them had basically traversed half of the Tian Yuan continent. They had followed the directions of the token to find this place. Although they had all traveled through the air, the other three had all reached the great perfection of the Holy Emperor aside from Jianchen. Their comprehension of the mysteries of space had reached the apex. With their ability to control space, they were nowhere near as fast as space gates, but they were still unbelievably fast. As a result, Jianchen crossed the distance in an extremely short amount of time, with Ruijin leading the way, arriving here from Mercenary City. Just as Jianchen's group arrived above the city, the four protectors of the Bloodsword sect opened their eyes at the same time. One of them said with a deep voice, "I can sense the presence of the token. The new sect master has arrived. The three of you, come with me to receive him." For red blurs flashed by, and the four protectors all flew out of the window. They appeared in the sky like ghosts and just happened to stand before Jianchen. The four of them first looked at the token in Jianchen's hand before slowly shifting their gazes to Jianchen. When they saw Jianchen's appearance, they became stunned. Even their eyes became rather stunned. Disbelief flooded their faces. The four of them had never thought that the new sect master would not be one of the founding members of the sect, but the young Jianchen. Jianchen remained the same as before. He glanced past the four protectors before clasping his hands at them. "I am Jianchen. Greetings, protectors." Jianchen still felt gratitude towards the four protectors of the Bloodsword sect. He would never forget that when Changyang Prefecture was in trouble a few years ago, it was because of the timely arrival of the four protectors that prevented Changyang Prefecture from suffering too much damage. Otherwise, the entire Changyang Prefecture would have been razed to the ground by Old Man Situ and the others. At that time, the people who would be injured would not be limited to just Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian. The four protectors returned to their senses very quickly. Seeing how the new sect master was actually so courteous to them, they immediately felt flattered. Without any hesitation, the four of them dropped to one knee in the air and called out, "The four protectors of the Bloodsword sect greet the sect master." "What, sect master?" Jianchen became stunned when he heard how the four protectors had addressed him, but he understood very quickly. There was probably a rule in the Bloodsword sect where seeing the token was the same as seeing the sect master. Since he was holding the token of the sect, the four protectors naturally mistook him as the sect master. Please don't misunderstand, protectors. I, Jianchen, am not the sect master of the Bloodsword sect. Uncle Xiao only lent me this token so that I could use it to find the four of you. Jianchen hurriedly explained, but he muttered inside, "So Houston is Uncle Xiao's real name." The reason why his surname changed is probably because he retreated to the continent 1,000 years ago. After all, what happened 1,000 years ago was just too great of a blow to Uncle Xiao. The four protectors of the Bloodsword sect still did not stand up. One of them lowered his head and said, "Sect Master, the old sect master used a secret technique to notify us a few days ago. He told us that he had already passed on his position. In the future, the person who comes to us with the command arrow will be the new sect master of the Bloodsword sect. Everyone in the Bloodsword sect must obey the new sect master." "What did you say? Uncle Xiao has already passed on the position of sect master?" This time, it was Jianchen's turn to be surprised. No matter how muddle-headed Jianchen was, he understood that Uncle Xiao had already passed on the position of sect master to him since the four protectors had spoken so clearly. However, the news had come just too suddenly, so Jianchen struggled to accept it. He had never thought that his status would undergo a drastic change the moment he received the token from Uncle Xiao. He had become the sect master of the Bloodsword sect for no reason. The Bloodsword sect was one of the three great assassin organizations renowned across the Tian Yuan continent. They could not be underestimated. Although they were nowhere close to the protector clans, they were no weaker than ancient clans. The 4 protectors have been ordered by the old sect master to await the sect master's arrival. At the same time, we are to keep an eye on the 2 human traitors. We await the sect master's instructions on what we should do next, the 4 protectors said together as if they could read each other's minds. Jianshan sank into his thoughts. Now that the people who had killed his parents were here, he was in no mood to dwell on the matter of the sect master. He immediately put it aside for now and said, "May I ask where the 2 human traitors are right now? Have you not killed them after chasing them for so many years?" "Sect master, the 2 of them are in the imperial palace. Due to the old sect master's orders a few years ago, we did not kill or capture the 2 traitors. As a result, the 2 of them are still alive," said a protector. "I see." Jianshan came to a realization. He then looked at the majestic imperial palace in the distance and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the imperial palace." With that, Jianshan flew toward the imperial palace first. Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu followed closely behind Jianshan. The 4 protectors walked side by side at the back. The group arrived outside the imperial palace of the Longqi kingdom very quickly. Afterwards, they swaggered into the palace from above. Only when they arrived at the center of the palace did they stop. They hovered several hundred meters in the air and looked down at the resplendent palaces below. "Bloodsword sect, you've gone too far. How dare you step on the heaven's gate of the imperial palace of our Longqi kingdom? Do you really think there's no one in our kingdom?" A furious roar rang out from below. Although the voice was old, it was filled with energy. The tremendous voice echoed through the surroundings, scattering the clouds above. With that, 4 ruddy old men flew out from the imperial palace. They charged into the sky with tremendous presences and faced Jianshan's group from 100 meters away. Chapter 1024. The 4 imperial protectors of the Longqi kingdom faced off against Jianshan's group from 100 meters away. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The people from the Bloodsword sect had already arrived, but the imperial protector of the Luo Duo kingdom, who they relied on the most, still hadn't arrived. This made the 4 of them feel extremely uneasy. Although 4 of them have hidden their presences so that we can't sense their strength, they must be saint rulers since they can hover in the air without relying on the energy of the world. There are 8 saint rulers in total, so the 4 of us are definitely not their opponents, Jianshan said. The 4 imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom thought to himself. They were outnumbered right now, so they could not act rashly. "People of the Bloodsword sect, this is an important place in the imperial palace of the Longqi kingdom. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately," one of the imperial protectors said emotionlessly with a deep voice. The cold attitude of the imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom made Jianshan frown slightly. He glanced at the 4 of them, but he did not say anything. He immediately expanded his soul and enveloped the entire imperial palace. Very soon, he found the old man Situ and the old man Ma Ting hiding in the palace. Jianshan clasped his fist at the imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom and said, "Gentlemen, I have chased after an enemy all the way here. The enemy is currently hiding in the imperial palace, so please make things easy for me." "Humph, the enemy you speak of in the Bloodsword sect is probably someone who has paid a large sum of money for you to kill. Bloodsword sect, you are far too arrogant. Although the strength of the Longqi kingdom is far inferior to yours, we are not so easily bullied. Don't even think about killing people in the imperial palace of the Longqi kingdom." The imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom spoke extremely forcefully. They believed that Jianshan wanted to kill an important person in the imperial palace. Hearing this, Jianshan's face sank slightly. "If the 4 of you insist, then we can only offend you." The 4 imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom shivered, knowing that conflict was unavoidable. Immediately, 4 surging auras were released from their bodies. At the same time, 4 saint weapons appeared in their hands. They were ready for battle. A cold smile appeared on Jianqin's face. Just as he was about to move, a blood-red blur flashed before his eyes. The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect arrived in front of Jianqin at the same time, blocking the 4 imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom. A blood-red spike appeared in their hands, and a dense layer of baleful qi radiated from their bodies. A great battle was about to break out between the two sides. Ha 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 ha, I didn't think that after hiding for 1,000 years, the Bloodsword sect still hasn't worn down their spirit from back then. They are still as arrogant as ever. At this moment, a loud laughter resounded across the horizon. Soon after, the nearby space began to violently distort. Space was quickly torn apart, forming a space gate. An ordinary-looking, white-haired middle-aged man of about 40 years of age strode out from the space gate. In an instant, he arrived in front of the 4 imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom. At the same time, a vast and boundless aura radiated from the middle-aged man, almost causing the air to freeze. Seeing this middle-aged man, the 4 imperial protector of the Longqi kingdom immediately let out a huge sigh of relief. Their faces revealed excitement. Imperial Protector Luo Duo, you've finally come. If you had come a moment later, the 4 of us probably would have died miserably at the hands of the Bloodsword sect. Luo Duo's face sank when he heard that. He looked at the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect with undisguised killing intent and said coldly, "Your Bloodsword sect really is getting bolder and bolder. You've actually come to my Longqi kingdom time and time again to make trouble. But it's a pity that the current Longqi kingdom is no longer the Longqi kingdom of 1,000 years ago. Since you've come today, there's no need for you to return. Stay here forever." Luo Duo spoke extremely arrogantly. He had already guessed that the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, Houston, was nearing the end of his life. Even if Luo Duo had killed a few experts of the sect, Houston would not dare to take the great risk of offending the Felicity Empire, which would lead to the destruction of the Bloodsword sect. The 4 protectors became stern. From Luo Duo's presence, the 4 of them could tell that he was a holy emperor. They were not people they could deal with as 5th heavenly layer saint rulers. Even with their baleful force, it would be difficult for them to protect themselves. After all, the difference in strength was just too great. Jianqin, who stood behind the 4 protectors, began to laugh in anger when he heard Luo Duo's arrogant words. He growled, "If we're talking about arrogance, there's probably no one present who can compare to you. Why don't you weigh yourself before you speak and see if you have the strength to say something like that?" Luo Duo's sharp gaze immediately landed on Jianqin. He quickly glanced past Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu behind Jianqin. However, he was unable to tell their strength, but he did not fear them at all because he had the support of the Felicity Empire. "Kid, who are you? Do you dare to state your name?" Luo Duo asked Jianqin with a heavy voice. "How dare you? This is the new sect master of the Bloodsword sect. Do not be rude to him," one of the protectors called out before Jianqin could reply. Surprise immediately flashed through Luo Duo's eyes when he heard that Jianqin was actually the sect master of the Bloodsword sect. He could not help but carefully study Jianqin. He gently smiled. "I never thought that you would actually be the new sect master of the Bloodsword sect. How surprising! May I ask if Senior Houston is doing well? What kind of status do you have with Senior Houston? How can you ask about him? However, since you said that you wanted to keep us here forever, allow me to experience your skills and see if you really have the ability to do so," Luo Duo emotionlessly replied. Afterwards, he passed by the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect and arrived at the very front. He stared at Luo Duo closely. A cold smile appeared on Luo Duo's lips as a strong killing intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "All right, since the new sect master of the Bloodsword sect wants to experience it, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, Luo Duo reached out and invisible world force immediately gathered in his hand. Afterward, he slammed it towards Jianqin with lightning-like speed. Luo Duo did not hold back at all. Immediately, he pushed out with an overwhelming force. Terrifying pulses of energy caused the surrounding space to violently tremble. Jianshan remained composed. He could not be bothered to use his sword against a mere second heavenly layer holy emperor like Luo Duo. Chaotic force surged out of his Niden and instantly condensed in his right hand as he threw out a punch. Jianshan's punch was simple, but the might it possessed could not be underestimated. The punch tore through the air, causing the space there to crack. A tiny crack appeared. Boom! With a great boom, Jianshan's punch dispersed Luo Duo's invisible palm with an unstoppable force. The powerful shock waves shook the surroundings, causing the space within 1,000 meters to violently distort and blur. How is this possible? He actually broke through my palm strike so easily. Luo Duo's heart was filled with shock. The strength of this new sect master of the Blood Sword sect had already far exceeded his expectations. Luo Duo, I'll make you pay for your arrogance now, Jianshan coldly said. He stepped through the air and arrived before Luo Duo in an instant. He also threw out a punch with a boundless presence at Luo Duo's chest. Luo Duo's face suddenly became stern. After witnessing Jianshan's strength, he no longer dared to be careless like before. Extremely powerful saint force surged out from his body, condensing into a palm-sized, fiery red sword in his right hand in an instant. He then stabbed it toward Jianshan's fist with lightning speed. Jianshan sneered. His fist did not change its trajectory and actually struck toward the tip of Luo Duo's sword. He actually wanted to use his body to take on the attack of a second heavenly layer Holy Emperor's saint weapon. Crazy! The sect master of the Blood Sword sect must be crazy. Does he really think his fist can take on my saint weapon? Humph, since you're so confident, I'll cripple your right arm, Luo Duo sneered inside. The might of his sword actually increased by 30%. Bam! Jianshan's fist collided with Luo Duo's sword and actually produced a muffled sound. A terrifying force erupted from the point of contact and rapidly expanded in all directions. The 4 spectating Imperial Protector and the 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect all swayed from the force and were sent flying back uncontrollably. Jianshan's fist was not pierced through as Luo Duo had expected. Instead, it was completely unscathed. Luo Duo's full-powered attack did not even leave a scratch on Jianshan's fist. Jianshan's chaotic body had reached the 3rd layer. Not only did his strength reach the 3rd heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor's chaotic body, but even his body's defenses had reached the same level. Now, he could take on a 3rd heavenly layer Holy Emperor's attack without being injured. Only Holy Emperors at the 3rd heavenly layer and above could pose a threat to him. With Luo Duo's strength at the 2nd heavenly layer, he could not even harm Jianshan unless he used a saint-tier battle skill. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can your fist be so tough? Luo Duo stared at Jianshan's unscathed fist in shock. Disbelief filled his face. Jianshan did not say anything. He pressed forward again and threw the same punch at Luo Duo. Dark chaotic force vaguely shot out from his fist. The presence of destruction immediately wreaked havoc in the surroundings, shocking everyone. The power of this punch was much stronger than the previous 2 punches. A gleam of light flashed through Honglian's eyes as she watched from the back. She whispered, "What kind of power is Jianshan using? Why have I never seen or heard of it? Even my inherited memories don't have any records of this power." Ruijin and Blackfish shook their heads at the same time. Ruijin stared at Jianshan without blinking and said, "I don't know either, but I can sense that the power he's using is very powerful. It seems like it's not mature yet. There's still a lot of room for improvement." Sensing the power of Jianshan's punch, Luo Duo's face changed drastically. He immediately blocked with his huge sword. Clang! Jianshan's punch was heavy and powerful. When it struck the saint weapon, it erupted with a shocking sound. The terrifying power actually caused Luo Duo's huge sword to bend slightly. A powerful repulsive force was transmitted from the huge sword, numbing Luo Duo's right arm. Afterwards, his arm went limp. The huge sword that had been blocking in front of him viciously slammed into his chest, breaking several of his ribs. Luo Duo vomited a mouthful of blood as he was immediately blown away. His face paled, having been heavily injured. However, as he flew away, a pure white piece of jade appeared in Luo Duo's hand. He crushed it without any hesitation,